This thing on. Mm, mhm. W audio? Okay, how come I can't see myself? Do I click join stage? Oh. Oh, right. Oh, I see, my bad, my bad. Not for this one. Next one, guys. We don't got time for this shit. I'm trying to get to a smokehouse barbecue, okay? I'm trying to get to a smokehouse barbecue in 2 hours, and I'm not trying to spend all day at the office, but let me tell you guys this, okay? Feel really good. I feel really great. And yeah, it's been a long time of feeling really good and really great because bro, last year I'm not gonna eat up too much of your guys' time. I don't consider this the uptime yet. But last year was a roller coaster of a year because I'm this type of person that if something stupid happens to me, it's funny. But if it's something stupid that I hate, if it's something legacy damaging, career damaging, reputation damaging in a dirty, not true way, but it's true because it hurt me, like there's some truth to it. And I'm the type of guy that don't do this low volume shit. I just started. Okay. Dude, don't do that. No one else is saying low volume. The volume is not low. Yeah, Naruto, you gotta go. You gotta be permanently banned. Okay? You gotta go, bro. No. We don't need this. We don't. I'm not tight for cash. I don't need your money. You gotta get the fuck out of here. Everyone thinks it's a joke. I'm not joking. My tone is funny just because I don't want to make a big scene, right? I don't want to make a big scene in our university, our hustlers university. But you gotta go, bro. He says I don't need you. Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, last year was rough, but financially it was like the best year of my life. But it was rough mentally. Like I had ups and downs, and I would enter the right states of mind only after I'd like learned my lesson. And you know how life works where the lesson is never truly learned. Like you take it off like a snake skin, but you like kind of repeat it in different illusions and stuff like that. But that was a heavy hitting one for sure. Like when your name gets pulled through the mud for some fucking teenage bitch. And I really don't like talking like this because I don't want to even bring it into in my consciousness again. But I find that that's like a coward's tool of like anytime someone gives you the advice to suppress through ignoring. I mean, that's not to ignore something is not to suppress it. To suppress it builds a shadow and it becomes bigger than it is, and blah, blah, blah. It's a monster, right? Stuff I talk about. But yeah, I'm just telling you, man, that, at least on the career side of things, for, the financial side of things, I really locked in for state of mind. I was like, hey, man, I am a magnet just like you are a magnet. The humans are magnets. Like, if you really think someone's sending you a paycheck because you did X amount of work, that's not how the world works. It's never worked like that. That you just think that it's someone's cutting you a check because you did 8 hours of work or whatever the fuck. But it's way more spiritual than that. And people try and like attack me and say, what do you mean money is spiritual? Can you point to that anywhere in scripture? And yeah, I can. I could spend all day doing that. But really ask yourself, when you trade money for goods, and let's say those goods are weapon systems to harm children, how are you telling me there's no spiritual component to your money right there? Have you ever thought of it like that, you stupid idiot? And now let's like lower the scale a bit. How does that work for just a random service? Maybe you're getting some chicken wings and you don't really know the person and you tip them and oh, they're so happy because you tipped them and whatever. And you guys should always tip. I'm a big believer in no human has ever gone broke from tipping more. Because when you tip, something happens where you're doing it in the state of someone who has it. So therefore you magnetize more to you. Or at the worst, you break even, but it's always more. Now, I can't look at my brothers. I like to see the world through their eyes too. I can only look at someone as crazy as me. I can only see what I'm talking about through my lens because, I've tried other ways of seeing the world, and really, there's only one way that makes a human giggle and laugh. Like if I was to pull up dead Hex here and say, Hex, what do you want right now? And Hex goes, I would like $100,000, Zerka. And I go, you already have it. It's done deal. All you have to do is believe you have it. See, Hex will laugh at that, right? That's so stupid. He'll say, that's so stupid. That's ridiculous. And he'll laugh at it. And everyone will think in this room right now that Hex is laughing because it's unattainable and it's retarded thinking and it's just the thinking of someone who's gone bonkers, right? But then if you ask that same person, Hex, if you ask Hex, how do you even pull $100,000 in sales, let's say? How do you even do that? Hex will give you this long monologue and spiel about how you have to see it in your mind's eye first. Just like every coach, every person on earth, every successful person on earth gives you this fucking speech. Right? And I don't really like the speech. I think it's corny. I think it's dumb. I think it's correct, but still in a weird cringe way. It doesn't sit right with me. So I'm on board with Hex that it's cringe. But when the mystics talk about it, now I'm interested. Now I'm like, wait a minute, this is before even like petty trade. This is when they were trading to fucking have food in their stomach. It wasn't about whatever our lives are about nowadays. So when the mystics talk about it, when they interpret the Bhagavad Gitas and the Bible and all this stuff, and there's massive overlap with, oh my God, the state of mind that you are in actually attracts everything to you. And the only times you're in this state of mind is probably like 15 minutes a day. I'm feeling motivated. And look how much you've already gained in your life with only 15 minutes of real magneticism, right? And people who master this stuff, I guarantee you, they're pushing it to maybe 8 hours a day. I think you'd have to be really disciplined to actually all day live in the state fulfilled. Because think about it, if you're living in the state fulfilled of you being a winner by every metric, every angle, that's living in a God state. That's not, wait a minute, in this state, I'm rich, so I don't need to rush to buy this coffee. No, it's in this state, everything, not just money, everything is attracted, all is put on to you, right? And you think of the most successful people on earth. Have you seen, just imagine a Steve Jobs or one of these guys when they go to bed. You can see a very upright, good posture, laying on his back. It's almost like a disciplined man going to sleep. He showered, he did it all. He's in his pajamas. Now think of a poor person when they go to sleep, or a drug person, a drugged out person, or a sober person that's poor. So his drug is feeling bad for himself. How does he go to sleep? And I'm not talking about mystical woo wah right now. I'm saying just physically, what's the posture look like? Why is the posture in our mind's eye right now look so different for the poor guy versus the Steve Jobs guy? Why is it two different pictures in our head right now? Why is one picture he's curled up with his blanket like a little bitch, and in the other picture he's lying straight, tall in his sleep, knowing that the next day he is gaining, he is gainfully employed himself in the world? Why are we seeing two different states? Not two different people, two different states. Because you look at the poor guy when he has a really good day where he wins some money, he's sleeping the same fucking way as that fucking Steve Jobs. He's sleeping identical to him. He's sleeping stretched out and upright. And you look at it in your life and you go, damn, yeah, no, I once broke up with a chick and I started sleeping kind of like an unconfident little bitch. Yeah, my back was a little curled and I felt a little more cold, or maybe I just needed more body warmth in the middle because my heart was torn out my fucking faggot chest. And then you look in day consciousness, in waking, just everyday life. A good example of this is go to a university library and you'll see so many young people, 20 to 24, right? The cuck years, the fucking faggot years. You'll see so many people with their like curled posture, like their back is curled up and they're afraid and they're closing out from the world, reading their book, and they feel bad for reading a book and they don't know why they feel bad. And or it's like you look at an 11-year-old boy, pause, whoa. But remember when we were 11 and everything scared the fuck out of us? Like that was like the first big trauma, right? This is like before sexuality too, right? Or was it just me? I feel like everyone I talk to about this, they're like, yeah, yeah, no, that was me too. Like at 11 begins the age that you're playing Minecraft and you're just traumatized from the world. I remember my dad, he was taking us on a plane going back home. He was worried that, oh, his 11-year-old boys, these twins, they might be afraid of the airplane, right? But maybe my dad was a little worried. I don't know. Maybe he's projecting. So he took us to this building and he pointed out in the sky. He's like, look at that airplane. How does it stand in the air like that? How does it just fly? And he's trying to maybe take away his fear by talking to his kids about their pseudo fear about this flight. And that was the first time we actually got afraid of going on an airplane, 11 years old. Eden and I looked at each other and we're like, what the fuck? How is that machine even flying up there? Right? And it filled us with so much doubt. But what really filled us with doubt was our state changed. Our state that was the wish fulfilled was, yeah, we're going back home. We already made it back home. We already saw it in our mind's eye. Fourth dimensional thinking, naturally done it. Kids are natural. They have natural clairvoyant capacities with their imagination. But then doubt entered through a new state. And you'll always know when your state shifts because something is uneasy. I mean, everyone, even especially these fucking guys who copy everything I say, they butcher it so bad because they say stuff like, oh, when the state changes, you're the fucking man. You're the best. And it's like, really? Really? I think we're trying to commit suicide, symbolically speaking, of that state so we can resurrect into another one. I think that's more often than not, the goal is to kill the self that is limiting you, right? And if you don't understand what I mean by state, let me break it down like this. Wintertime rolls around, you start staying indoors more. Why? It's not because it gets cold out. You could go to a million fucking places with a bunch of people and it's still warm there and all that. But your state changes. Psycho, your psycho spiritual state of what you need, your desires changes in the wintertime. This is why I say when the stars turn, we change. But it's really our minds changing first, right? The stars just move with our thoughts. We are the crown of creation, right? And this isn't me speculating. This isn't me reading a bunch for 10 years and telling you. It is a bit of that, but it's really the fucking truth. Okay? It's the truth. So anyone who wants to tell you, man, that sounds too powerful for a human, that's a broke faggot bitch talking. And bro, let me tell you this. I don't hate the person, but I hate the state. I hate the state of a broke faggot bitch. There's nothing more contagious than a broke mindset. Like, I'll tell you this, man. I don't care if you have money or not, but if you walk around, speak with fear in your heart, fear of tomorrow, you're doing yourself a really big, big no-no. Because check this out. I don't want to scare anyone. I don't want anyone to dwell in the past, but you could do that for years. Have you ever done a dark dream state for years of your life and you coped with a fucking video game or something? And so people talk about states being days and weeks and months when I wouldn't hate them if they were days and weeks and months, right? I'd get over it, but I hate them because they're years. Cheers. Red Bull time. I hate how Sneeko can drink a Red Bull and no one gives a fuck. But if I do it, my followers, they copy me. Like all that cult, promoting a cult, it's all good until anything Zerka does, I should do. And it's like, no, he'll tell you what to do. He's not telling you. Like I read the ingredients and I see what the fuck Red Bull is. I feel like I'm too old to ever promote an unhealthy lifestyle to you guys because think about it like this. If we cleaned up your whole life right now, you're still living an unhealthy lifestyle. If you did everything perfect, you're still drinking Red Dye 40 and whatever it's called. Did I get it right? Red Dye 40? Anyways, so I want to start today's lecture by saying, or really by asking, what state have you been in? And can you be honest enough to tell us how long it's been? Now, I know that there's 1,000 versions of you called Legion, right? And they all fight for that one spot, that I am presence that Mystics talked about. But you got to ask yourself, who's dominating the state the most? Who is just taking over you and doing, I don't want to say harm, because I don't think anytime I've done harm to myself, I don't really hate that state. I've only hated freezing in life. Freezing, that frozen state, to me, does more damage because even when you get out of it, you sometimes go back to thinking of it, which by all these mystics is the worst thing you can do. Dwelling on the past. And some of you guys listening are like, oh shit, I do that, but Zerka doesn't. No. Ask Dead Hex, ask Eden, I'm telling you, a lot of people in my shoes would be billionaires. Because humans, if they dwell in the past a lot, it's still not even a percentage of my regular thinking state. My regular thinking state is always, what about these times? What about those times? I'm very luciferic when my mind wanders, right? Whereas other people are more satanic, and you really got to map out your mind and see which way you lean. Do you lean towards ecstatic states of memory or MDMA states? Let's call it like that. Do you seek that kind of pleasure? And are you like me that you seek that and then you go right into the satanic materialism of making a shit ton of money and you bounce? Once you make the money, you go back to that state of like chilling on a yacht for 2 months doing nothing, which is fucked up, by the way. It's really fucked up to be Luciferic. A lot of people are like, well, because I studied Dr. Robert Gilbert's work and I study Steiner and I'm understanding Zerka. Uh, yeah, if we get pulled by Luciferic and satanic forces to take risks and stuff, they're not all bad. You're not reading the material correct. It's extremely bad to be Luciferic. It's extremely bad to be satanic, and it costs you your fucking life. Although we got intercepted by the Luciferic impulse more, it leads you to a satanic impulse. They're both wrong, even though one wants to take you to materialism, money, 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 and the other one wants to take you to ecstatic states, which this is going to harm you when I tell you, but the truth will set you free. Being an incel is an ecstatic state because the room is cozy, it's comfortable. Might be a prison cell, but let's admit it's more comfortable than being outside in the real world. So yeah, when you see, if you game all the time, if it's always this pleasure seeking in this format, it is Luciferic, right? And these impulses come from lightning that shoots from your spine, right? This is why I remember when I first popped off, I said my first year is going to be about prayer. Then I'm going to get back to the basics that I used to do, the meditation. And then I'm only going to promote meditation and prayer, but prayer first, just so the following gets it and they evolve with me. Because, man, I've fallen off the horse so many times. And here's the truth, I only stayed on the horse when I quit live streaming, which sucks to say to you guys. It sucks to say to Dead Xer. Eden don't want to hear it. Yeah, everyone wants me to be an entertainer, right? But there's something about that world that is not for me at all. There's something about I get so extremely bored that I make kids do Nazi salutes. That's not even jokes I make with my nephews in private. You know what I mean? I mean, probably that joke might come up, and I'll make that joke, but it's not something like I need the kid to raise his arm. That impulse only comes from me being very, very bored, which means bored really just means wasting time and space with no soul architecture. You're not going anywhere, you're not developing, and the soul panics when it doesn't develop. It's You've seen your life and you see the moments of destruction, and right before those moments there's an inner world of pictures that is extremely mundane, right? And I don't want to, I know some of the best speeches podcasts I ever do is me moping and talking about some very dark stuff. Because, like, I am a feeling type, so I can get us all to the same thought so we all feel it. But it's also like, it's not good for me because it dampens my state, right? It's kind of like Linkin Park guy. He would make great music in depression. That's how I felt with a lot of podcasts when I wasn't making kids, do crazy salutes. I would go on a podcast and say how I felt, and everyone would go into a dark dream state with me. Obviously, for you guys, it would last like a few hours, and for me, it would last like 8 months, right? Well, come and go, and that's what I hate about like the more poetic kind of speakers in the world, that they're more susceptible to falling in that. And the answer is not to run from that. It's to, have those podcasts and snap out of it. You go into a memory hole, but you got to come right back out of it because you're trying to make a broader point, and you're not going to lead. You're not going to lead the camels to water if this is your path. You're not going to do that in the state of Zerka being poetic, which poetic just means come, let's all cut ourselves together psychically. Because, like, people who defend the shit out of me and follow me nonstop and stuff like that, they live completely different lives from me, so they cannot relate to me. But I start speaking and they start relating too much to the point where they become cult-like for me. Not like for Sneeko cannot get his people to relate to him at all. Have you ever noticed that? Have you ever read a Sneeko comment section? I remember I used to say it as a joke. I'm like, there's no poetry. There's nothing to when you speak, Sneeko. I didn't realize how much critique there was there. Like I thought I'm just being, myself, and it's a passing comment. I didn't think that wow, this is actually something I dislike about that kind of what do you call it? They look at the camera in the eyes and they go, "Stop vapping to porn," and then music plays, and that influencer kind of thing. I know it's his thing, but a lot of people have done it, right? And I'm like, how come I watch it because I know Sneeko, right? And I know it's artistic and it's great, but why can't I feel anything? you know? Sometimes I blame it the group soul. I blame that I don't like the group soul Sneeko's part of, right? Because our group soul is more malleable. You don't have to be a Christian to be around me. Matter of fact, I'll probably treat you better if you're not a Christian. I beef with our own kind all the time. But it's starting to feel like that for Sneeko's group soul, that, it's like he's just around 10 Muslim guys, and two of them, I'm so glad this is like a private call where I don't want to air shit out, but didn't two of those fucking guys, and this is not calling out Sneeko. Sneeko doesn't know anything about this. But didn't two of them bang a transgender person? I know I'm not one to talk about tranny love, but I'm not one to talk, but two of them banged. I don't know if it was, see, I don't want to say it because it could sound like a lie. I know it's the truth because it was like a big story online, but didn't Adam Sela and Slim, and wasn't there a story there? Yeah. And Vitali. No, I like Vitali. I'm gonna forget that one. Anyways, yeah, there's something metallic with the way influencers speak, especially successful ones. And I look at it, I'm like, but that's how they're always like. If you think about it, you can shit on Sneak all you want, but isn't he really good at moving on to the next state? You could call it trends and stuff, whatever. But isn't he good at keeping the ball rolling? Like, he was in a hard time with the Twitter not paying him and he has to make vlogs and stuff, but he keeps that shit moving, right? But it does cost him a lot. Like everyone thinks, oh, he just filmed some shit. He doesn't have work to do. His job's harder than anything I can imagine because, first of all, Sneeko has not had a girlfriend in like years. He can't even do it because of his job. It's like you want to say yes, you can do it, but there's people who have done it, but you don't understand that when the mind gets occupied by this content game, if it's not 100% in, it's 100% shit content, right? And we haven't started or anything. I just want to like paint you guys a picture that I'm not gone. I still see some stuff, right? I still see Aiden twitching like a drug addict. Like, is he still on drugs? It's wild that when the state of Aiden Ross only wanted to be unbanned for so long because they said no, as soon as he gets unbanned, he's in the state of a leaning in his chair, druggy, slurring his words, talking weird, not motivated. What happened with all that? And it's because I'm not saying it's the drugs, it's because of the state, really, right? If you ever doubt what I'm saying, what the fuck do drugs do besides shift your state? Have you ever noticed that when someone drinks at a bar for confidence, it's not that it's liquid confidence, it's that it's pushing him into his confident state, even though it's illusion. And then he goes, "Oh, whoa, that was not that cool." Oh, I just grabbed her tit and now I'm in the back of the police car. Right? I thought I was doing some crazy badass shit. Ada needs a Zerka therapy session. I don't even believe that shit is real, dude. Like, There's good therapists out there, and then there's people who go to therapy for the rest of their lives. They trade 10 therapists. And at the end of the day, what are they trying to do when they talk to a therapist? They're trying to talk to self, like in Eastern philosophy about the self, right? Or if you understand Western esoteric tradition and Christianity, correct? It's about the self. Like as much as it's historically true, a lot of it, most of it, a lot of it has been warped. I get it, but as historically accurate as it is, it's really an engineering book to engineer your own self. That's why you talk to a therapist, and this is why I think tradition for years I wondered this. I'm like, and it's so hard to meditate if you're in the content world. I get it. I'm not gonna like, let's be honest, most influencers who get into a year straight of real meditation, they're not gonna return to content, right? I know I have to because it's unhealthy to unplug out of that. You know, that's still a part of my story. But this whole non-thinking intuitive state you reach when you're at zero thoughts every day of your life, as you turn on your engine in the morning. This is the only therapy. This is like the meat and potatoes of therapy. Have you ever been talking to a therapist and in a relaxed moment you get the answer? But it took you 8 months of therapy? All you wanted was a relaxed moment so the answer can float up. And why do we pretend like humans don't always solve their own problems? If some influencer you're watching is solving your problems, why do you start fucking resenting them after a few months? Have you ever watched an influencer and you're like, ah, oh, he's saying the same shit, right? You start seeing a script in them. Like, I don't like XQC as a person. I don't know anything about him really, but some people just rub me the wrong way. Oh, right, he kicked me out of Among Us. Fuck this faggot. That has to be the reason, because, yeah, it's not like I wake up thinking of XQC in a negative way. It's something happened with me. So this one's personal, right? And so check this out. Let's say I'm watching XQC, I'm watching a streamer and I see them, and I feel like Felix is, to be charitable, I feel like he catches himself when he's talking out of a script a lot. Like he tries to be authentic, which is really good compared to most people, right? I even see Destiny doing that a lot. I know he's got his problems, but Destiny tries not to become a script either. I like people who actively try not to be a script. On the other hand, a script gets you, like, who's a streamer you watch that repeats themselves the most and is probably the highest paid on the platform? Have you noticed that? Like scripts pay because people don't want to be intuitive thinkers, right? That's a hassle. Why? When it's like, it might be rewarded. You might have $1 billion idea, but it'll take some time. And I really look at someone like XQC and I go, how the fuck is he on 10 years of Adderall since a kid, right? Isn't he 30 years old? Some people can just really absorb drugs, like they never get off it, eh? What the fuck? The guy made $75 million and he must be healthy because he's still going, right? Or else he would have like a whole episode. You know what I mean? You ever wonder about that? Like $75 million and he's still going. That's like he does 12 hours a day. So that state he's in is a success mode. Like, I don't care what anyone says, the hours XQC does with the streaming stuff, they do not get replicated. If you ever think I could do that if I'm being paid a lot, yeah, probably for a year. But check this out. Look at Aiden Ross. He can't get himself to be in a state of at Kai's state. Kai's always going hard, and I think Kai is probably the best role model. I know I get a lot of hate for saying this, but he's sober. I don't think he even drinks alcohol. He's just a ball of energy. Same with Speed, right? And when you look at Aiden and his jealous eyes, have you ever seen a streamer get jealous of another streamer, right? Like I know Kai didn't help Aiden and whatever the fuck, but have you ever looked in Aiden's eyes and seen pure jealousy? Even though Kai might be fake, he's jealous of Kai's state. It's a healthy state that works a lot. Sleeps good. Kai has to sleep good because he's still going hard. So when you start looking at states in humans or speed, let's say, speed is the highest level. Man, I'm really shocked when people say it's because he made some raping woman joke that he's successful. Because if you were put in their shoes, you would be burnt out. You get burnt out with your own life. Imagine if you're a streamer doing all that speed stuff in China, right? But speed is the best example of an intuitive thinker on earth. Okay. Because I really think Speed's doing it much better than Kai because Kai's still in front of a screen. So his state is still the same as us. It's an unhealthy state. Whereas Speed's getting fresh air and moving. He's in the world, like how you're supposed to live. But when you think of all this stuff, you go, wait a minute, Aiden's not jealous of the money. He has more money than Kai. He's jealous of the state because this state is freedom, dude. The state you're in is either freedom or torture. It's either an Old Testament state punishing you or a New Testament state liberating the self. But what is self? And why do people spend so much time in therapy just to discover moments of themselves? They're trying to remember that every human is in an active process of memory, trying to remember themselves. You don't learn things, you remember things. I'm not talking about reoccurrence or reincarnation. I'm saying this is why you're lifted into higher states of consciousness when you adopt this skill. You know, there's some people online that we've never talked about, but I should start promoting these kind of people. You know, there's people who their hobby isn't my stupid hobbies, it's not your stupid hobbies. So there's people on earth who their hobbies are to pay money for random courses to learn things. And it's like a hunger to learn. It's not like they're using these skills for a lot, right? And then one day they see the opportunity of, hey, these skills that I learned from two different websites, if I put them together and I create this AI software for this guy, what he wants to do for the fastest way to do it, that's a billionaire. There's people on earth who just keep learning skill after skill and they don't get exhausted. And then they see the target and they go for it and they're billionaires. And then they have interviews. There's so many like rich, successful people who have interviews who completely get shattered after success, right? Success can be the worst thing ever because it comes with the death of a state. You know, the state of a winner does fade for a new state because your mind is constantly going, and it's a luciferic thing, or it's an harmonic, which means satanic thing, right? It could be a material based or it could be a fun based, however you float, right? And if we look at someone like XUC, why are you saying he's an integrated man, John? Like this guy that you don't like, why are you praising him? Because when he started, you know, XTC got the McLaren, he starts dating women, he starts getting out of his room, but he still streams. He's integrating the parts of the self that are being ignored. Probably because he's 30 and he should have done it like 5 fucking years ago. Because let's be honest, whether it's 75 million or 50 million, it's the same lifestyle, really, right? So at some point, you got to ask yourself, how many years of XUC's life were abandoned just for extra cash? Yeah, you got to really ask yourself, me on Earth, how many years have I abandoned for some skill I developed that changed my life, but now I don't really need more. There's like a lot of you guys who make a good salary, a good living, and don't have these ambitions to make $75 million like XUC, which I don't even think it's about the money for X. It can't be because he's still going. There's more to it. He likes the state of work, working all those hours, right? And if I could go back, I don't like to talk about going back, but if I could go back and redo it, I here's what I would do. When I was streaming 22 hours a day to double XQC's hours because I can do more than this bitch, bro. I'm a fucking bouncer. I'm starved for a bit of success. This guy's already successful. And I'm thinking to myself, all I had to do was do XQC's hours, doubling his hours for a year just to show my chat, hey, look at how hard of a worker I am. Took so much more away from me because it develops shadows and burnouts and existential dread and all this dark stuff accumulates when you outdo a high performer, when you're really supposed to match the high performer, right? He has more experience in what he's doing. That's why he's not burning out. Like, I think the worst thing to happen to Felix was that woman he was dating, Adept, right? And I don't mean about the money or the lawsuits or reputation, none of that shit. That didn't harm him. I mean that she was not attractive. Yeah. I keep it real in this bitch, bro. It's like, Felix is a good looking guy with $75 million. She should have been attractive. Okay. Now I know karmically he's tied to her in some way, but that really stings to see because if there's one place in your life you should be a little superficial is when you have $75 million and the woman sitting next to you, right? You know what I mean? Am I getting it right? Is it 75 mil? I know when they leaked how much streamers make, I was shocked XQC's number one. I forgot that he was working the whole time when these guys are just newcomers. Is it 30 million? Yeah, that makes more sense because 75 mil sounds like Will Smith, right? Will Smith's like a 200 mil. But you can see XQC refine that state of a winner over time, right? That refinement process. Like a lot of people say, well, Zerka, when you're talking about states and dream states and living in the wish fulfilled, your whatever wish you have that's already here, what would you do? What would you say? Who would you talk to? Yeah, Zerka, I'm doing all that, but I'm not feeling it. I'm not. You know why you're not feeling it? Because you're luciferic. You're in a dream state, living in your wish fulfilled, being faithful to it, which is effective only if your schedule is the same, meaning you still have to go to work for the opportunities to arise. That's why you shake someone's hand at the workplace and the opportunity comes through him, right? Just because you go, oh, Zerka, you made a shit ton of money just like not going to work. Yeah, but imagine how much more I'd make if I did, if I had my portal open, if I'm meeting streamers, blah, 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 blah. Let's say the goal was just all money, right? Which can be for some of you guys, right? Or the really young guys. And so you guys, the number one comment I always get back from people is, oh my God, for months I listened to you and I was frustrated because it's not working. It's working 30, 40%, or it works and it goes away. And then I'm like, how many of you are actually going to work with that fragrance of your wish has been fulfilled? And that's tough because a lot of people just want to stay in the dream state. I've gotten messages from people who say, my life's so much better adopting this mindset, Zerka. And I'm like, how? And they're like, I'm at peace. I'm this. Everything's going correct. But are you going to work? Do you have a job? Yeah, because there's a physical aspect to this. If it's just a dreamy illusion, it will, I don't want to say that you're not going to get extreme amounts of good luck happen to you because I get so many messages from people saying, no, it still works. But I would never promote that because none of the mystics that taught these guys who wrote the book, I forget that book on the subconscious mind, which then evolved into Goddard's work and all that. None of these books ever said you stay in your fucking room just dreaming. Although I'm not going to lie to you, that does work. Might take longer times. It might come in a different way and all that. I'd never want to say that doesn't work because I get so much feedback. And in my life, if we went just by what I've experienced on Earth, yeah, you can literally do it from your bed, right? That's why Eden laughs. Eden laughs. He's like, I think it only works for you like that, bro, right? Because Eden's not into this whole stuff, but he cannot stop laughing that the last year I did everything I said I would do since when I first got, let's say around year ending of 2021. Since then to now, I 7 times, when I look at my tax return, I've 7 times my paycheck, which my dad's like, what the fuck? How, when you work a lot, like it makes sense when I was working my ass off, but right now, for the last year, it doesn't make sense at all. Right? And I'm like, you don't understand that every word you read in your books, when you're conscientiously working, friends come and find you, correct? But every word you read of the book, every little letter is $1. Every step you take, every workout you have, all this energy is not wasted. It comes back to you. So, what happens if you're just in a great dream state, but you're not actually in the world working? Well, this is called a luciferic impulse, because you might get the things you want, but with severe illusions that take away years out of your life. Right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, if you're practicing the stuff, these books, you try to impress on your subconscious so you get it even when you don't want to think. You're just intuitive with it. There's two types of people listening to me right now. One, the lazy kind that are not going to work, and the other kind that are going to work. And work doesn't mean a workplace. You could be on websites learning skill sets. I've never said don't go upgrade your skill sets, right? I say never upgrade your life or skill set if the state is the same, because the same has harmed you more than anything, right? Have you ever woken up out of bed as the same dude? It's like an anchor. But when you wake up and your first thought is the state has to be right, before meditation, before prayer, before anything that involves the sport of the self, right? Because that's where you get the most contemplation, is you're learning self, right? You're learning how to be in the world. And if you don't want to learn how to be, go do drugs and spin out. You'll learn how to be in 10,000 different ways, the 10,000 things. But they're not sustainable, because the self, what you're trying to go for, that I am, that presence is always with you. That's why you'll imagine something and smile. And it's actually a sad thing, because you'll come realize that, oh, it's just imagination. But you ask Ronaldo before he kicks a ball into a fucking net, that was also just imagination. And when you see how fast the mind moves, even the unconscious, especially the unconscious mind, you're going to be like, oh shit, we're really just painters painting our world here. But Zerka, how come there's not guys in the world that are. Hold on, man. Let's just go back to the ancient temple science. If we never went to a government school and they only taught us how to be, how to deal with self, how to not go to therapy right away, but actually bathe in the problem, which I don't even want to say it's tough, right? It's tough to start, but it's not tough to do, because I guarantee you guys have ran laps in high school, college, kinesiology, physiology, whatever. I guarantee you guys have ran laps, 6 laps. You ran your Langara, you ran around the fucking park, and I guarantee you've played sports. And at your most exhausted state, meaning, what is that state? How's that state being generated? Through breathing. At your most exhausted state, maybe at a workout, maybe cardio, whatever, you find this inner calm of, it's not recovery, it's stone. It's so powerful. It's that level of exhaustion where it's a high, not in an illusionary way, but in a way where if a girl asks you, hey, where's the bathroom or anything, you answer in this level of confidence you cannot believe. Oh, she's too cute for me not to be nervous, but I was just so tired I answered. And when you see yourself in that wakeful state, at peak exhaustion, meaning breath work, that's what fucking workouts are. Workouts are meditations in other ways, right? I still don't think they're as powerful as actually understanding meditation, because you can always stack meditation on top of a workout. You can never stack a workout on top of meditation for too long, because eventually you got to deal with your problem, right? But in those moments of clarity, you've never asked yourself, how can I expand this? And it's scary to expand it, because you might never want to stream again. You might live your best life, your healthiest life, your highest generating life with peace of mind. So the most money you can make with peace of mind. You know, you can always make more money losing your peace of mind, like that Wall Street staying up all night on the phones and all that shit, that Wolf of Wall Street energy. But really ask yourself that moment, what is that moment when I'm so exhausted after a workout, after whatever I did, that I was this stone of a man that was very masculine, calm, could not be bothered, answers in the right tone. And any human I talk to one on one, they always answer it the same. They go, "Oh, that's the real me." No human ever says, "Oh, that's just me when I'm super exhausted for 2 minutes." No human says, they all say that's the real me, and every other impression is a fake. And you ask yourself, like, wait a minute. So, Zerka, are you saying I've only been real for like 4 minutes of my whole day after that workout? When I had inner calm? When there was no inner world of pictures bothering me? It was just stone. It was intuitive thinking, which means no thinking, zero thought. Well, that sounds like Eastern philosophy and da 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 da. And you ask yourself, all these mystics throughout history, how come they never tried to change the world? Why did they change themselves and gained a massive following doing that? Like Jesus as just, let's say, the man part of it, right? Just the initiate part of it, right? Let's not look at the macro picture. Let's just look at it as the man. When people are like, "Who is this guy?" You're seeing a mastery of self. Meaning that exhausted moment when your I am presence is literally from within. It's not, hey, I'm a streamer, I'm a lawyer, it's not from external, it's within. That thing lasting throughout your whole day is the philosophy of freedom we talk about, which is intuitive thinking. And it comes with a whole bunch of discards. You know, some people discard certain games, video games, people. But in that I am presence, really ask yourself, what do you want in that? Anytime you're at the gym and you find yourself at that place in the day, right? Which a successful person, it's like the peak of their day. And for lazy people, it comes every 4 fucking months to them because they never do anything. But really ask yourself, do you want anything besides that feeling? And I don't want to call it feeling because it feels like an absence of feeling, right? Like it's like when someone says, um, when someone says to me, "I'm feeling good," I go, "Oh, that's the good leaving you because you're feeling something." You know, when you really feel good, it's almost like cosmic. It's outside of space and time, and it's separate from the realm of feelings, which is ups and downs and all that, round and all that stuff. And then you notice in that moment when you read a meme that you don't really find that funny, but in that moment of calmness, a lot of things you don't usually find funny are hilarious. And you write laugh my ass off on your Twitter comments or whatever. Or you absorb the meme. You scroll on your Twitter and you absorb it more. Or you might look at a dead baby in Palestine and say, you know what? In this I am presence, I need to fight for these people. You might be more human than you've ever been in your life. And it's gone. It's gone for weeks and months, and you do anything to find it, and you don't even know how to point at it. Because as soon as someone says, well, that sounds like what Christianity was really about, which evolved into some Eastern mysticism or New Age meditation, it's filled with a bunch of gay people now and all that stuff. But you never ask yourself, wait a minute, Zerka never changed my life. My therapist never changed my life. Sneeko and Andrew Tate never changed my life. I mean, they all helped, but they helped me remember an I am presence for a moment. And then they're back to that worried faggot face. Have you ever seen a worried face on Andrew Tate? Like he has some good days and some days where he just looks like he's going to be called out for rape and get locked up. And you could tell that his good days, he wants it back. Every human wants that back. I don't want to call it feeling, but yeah, that's the only word to describe it, right? And when you look at the world like this, you go, oh, nobody's ever helped me. They've only brought me to the awareness so I can help myself. And why I call it the awareness, because these books, when they say your mind, your imagination, I feel like it's stupid. It's the imagination. That's why people say, I see your vision, Zerka. Oh, I see Aiden. I see your vision. No, we both thought of it at the same time. We started this business and then now we're killing it. What the fuck did you two see? How the fuck is it your imagination if you saw it? And you know what's crazy? No human on earth can debate this part. They can never say, I saw it from a different angle, but it was the same picture. No, motherfucker. When you guys water that imagination, when you bathe into that, you're seeing the same fucking picture. That's why when someone's mood changes in the room, people feel it. Some people less, some people more, but it's connected. We bathe when the in Hermetic science, when they say all is mind, they're not saying you're fucking dumbass thinking. That's the lesser. That's not real. That's biting from the fig tree. That's biting the fruit, right? It's either your mind is spinning with Luciferic thought or materialism, satanic thought, right? And the difference really is a hippie who feels like ecstatic states all the time. Like a lot of people are shocked when I say this. They go, well, Zerka, if you promote all this prayer and meditation, I want to dedicate my life to it. This feels so great. This is the best life I ever lived. And I'm like, you dedicate your whole life to this? Well, guess what? You're being Luciferic. Because you have a life to live still. That's why you're born in a certain region in the world, you fucking idiot. You're not born in the mountains. But Zerka, I love this life better. I only read Eastern philosophy. I don't even argue with my parents. I don't do nothing anymore. I don't even talk to my parents. That's Luciferic. You're going floaty, bro. And there's nothing worse than getting into this is why I call it psycho spirituality. So there's a therapy component to it. I don't call it spirituality because that implies this new age mumbo jumbo that is so floaty and distant from what you're supposed to be doing. And when you realize, oh, I'm born in a certain region with certain friends, with certain advantages, oh shit, I'm in the part of the patch. I'm in the game. I'm at a patch. I'm at an update of the game at a certain place to do something. This brings more meaning than anything you can do in your life. Because let me tell you this, man. When have you ever said packing up your shit and running away was the answer? You've probably done that before. And what? You just talk to your parents less? That's what you did? Wow. Wow. That, when we look at your soul contract, what the fuck did you really do here? Well, I made money. Excuse me, don't talk to his own fucking parents because he's at $75 million. Right? There's a clip of him saying, I give my mom money and she doesn't even go on vacation with it. She's not going on vacation with it. I'm like, Mom, what are you waiting for? The next the respawn? You know what he's trying to say. And that hurt me. Oh, I've seen XQC's mom in person, right? Super adorable. Like she came to pick him up at the Mrs. house. And she was driving with a depth. So for me, it was like an automatic turn on. I could just see the future that they're going to break up. So what the fuck? But anyways, I'm thinking to myself, like, is this kid fucking satanic? Go on vacation with your mom. It's very rare your parents are going to say no to that. You could give them $50,000 fucking dollars to go on vacation. If they don't want to go, they're not going to go. That's not really, it's not a material transaction. Matter of fact, it's not just time you're wasting on earth by not going with your parents. It's time you can't get back. Because let's say you don't go on that vacation with your parents in your 20s. I'll just do it in my 30s. No, you won't, because that's a different state. That's a 30-year-old going on vacation with them, not their 20-year-old son. What? Yeah, they should have both. They should go on vacation with you when you're 20 and 30. These are different levels in the fucking update. And it was just shocked me when I saw that clip. I was like, here's a guy who has this much money and free time. And he does, and you know what's crazy is if he just acted a little more human, he could make $500 million more dollars. Because guess what? His priorities will change and he'll start promoting the family structure to his fans. And people say, you know what, X, you fixed a lot of my relationships with my parents. But he didn't do that. You went back to the self and figured it out. Think of self as being all encompassing imagination, right? Or the Jungian self, if you want to talk about it. When we talk about self, I'm not saying yourself. I'm saying a world where we all get connected. Think of like a world soul or an atom soul, the first man. Do you understand what I'm saying? Walker Ben says, I just went on vacation and it was still Luciferic. That means you're having dream states on vacation. You're not a part of being. You're not a part of the moment at all. And not gonna lie to you, man, it all makes sense when you're my age. But through Maya, which means illusion, it stings just the same. You're gonna be like, ooh, shit. I think I was smart enough to understand Zerka at 25. I should have listened a little more. But have you seen how people's priorities change when they're 30? When I first met Hex, there's not a day his ear did not bleed from me saying, I'm gonna be the number one streamer. Right? When we start picking up momentum and shit, and all we have to do is sit down, relax, and keep the ball running. But the shock aspect came when I realized, oh shit, I'm, all right, we're kind of at the top now, and I don't really like it here. It's not really doing much for me. I don't have Hex's calm. He's a lot calmer than me. So let's start coping in many different ways, right? But priorities shift because you're looking at time for once in your life, in not in a negative way, but you're starting to see that, oh shit. Okay, hold on. Can you guys hear me? My fucking screen just went out, and now I'm gonna lose the thought. Okay, you can hear me? Hold on. Let me just plug this back in. Yeah, okay, we're back. But yeah, I feel like the only duty I have on earth is to remind people most of their answers come from the self, right? That's why we're made in God's image. That's why the world is of reflections. And studying the self will be the most colorful way to live on earth, right? It'll come with like great blessings, good money, good fortune, all that. But I don't like promoting it like that because for a lot of people, it does not come with money, but it comes with freedom. There's a lot of people who don't even want money, right? There's a lot of people who feel secure without money, believe it or not. These people are not from a war zone, right? I'm from a war zone, so my first memories as 5 years old are going to be more like security based. But some of you guys just grew up with a white picket fence, so you want something else. So for you, freedom does not involve money, which it is stupid to say money equals freedom for Zerka's mind. It's not. It's not at all what I'm saying, but it's definitely a part of my journey. Do you know what I mean? Where I always have to be in the state of a businessman because a businessman implies civilian. And anytime you guys see me crash out, do crazy shit, I've never been a civilian. There's a fucking teenager on my lap. I've never been a civilian. That's not, civilians don't do that shit, right? Only an idiot. Only an idiot gets penetrated like that by weird bar chicks. You know what I mean? And here's the interesting part is there's nothing more powerful than studying my career and realizing, whoa, even when Zerka jokes, I am a pedo, that I am Waters Quick. And the world reminds him, you're not this. You don't want to be this. Let me show you what it's like to be this. Let me put her on your lap. And do you know what I'm saying? Does anyone get what I'm one in the chat? And a lot of people are like, Zerka, you knew this for years and years and years, and you'd still dabble. I am a killer. I am a drug dealer. I am. Well, I was, right? But it's such a good example of someone who, wow, how does poetry work, Zerka? Why are you so into poetry? Because poetry is the difference from simile and metaphor. That, to me, that is the top of poetry because I've seen it in my life. I am like a lion, is something Heel Mike would say. Zerka would say, I am a lion until he's fighting with a lion in a cage. Oh, whoa, Zerka is an illusion. His I am presence is very strong. It's not good. He's actually just a fat streamer that's very unathletic and smokes 1,000 fucking cigarettes, right? Again, my problem is I can be too floaty, and then I swing too materialistic. My issue in the world is, and I know myself because I study myself, right? For years I've done this on and off. Last year straight, just going because I really said if I get the money I want without working and streaming and all that darker stuff, or it becomes dark when I touch it at least, I'll have the time to really self-reflect in a clear, non-induced state, right? And I got what I wanted, and it is to me the garden. But you got to remember that it's not going. You're maybe at my age, 100% you'll do it. But at your age, life isn't going to be that easy where you get a shit ton of money so you can meditate all day. You know what I'm saying? Where you're mastering self without a worry about anything, right? And if you guys want to know how weird I am, I used to worry if I was making, let's say, if I made under 200,000 a year, to me, that was legit like going homeless. I know I have some issues, right? But I've also lived in a very expensive part of the world. So a lot of people who hear this, they're not living in an international city. So if you're in Kentucky or whatever, if you're somewhere in Kentucky or you're not really getting what I'm saying, I'll word it like this. Like most people listen to me go, Zerka, a house only costs like $200,000. Yeah, I'm not talking to you guys. I'm talking about the people who a tiny shoebox is $1 million minimum. That's the market I'm in. That's if I want to be around my family, that's the market I'm in, right? So for me, it was a lot bigger thing. To me, when I'm talking about getting rich, I'm talking about being a civilian, just living. I don't want to be like a 6 foot guy in a tiny apartment, losing my fucking mind, and like the rest of the people. So for me, it's like, hey, 15,000 a week minimum, bro. Right? It's always like that. So if you live in New York, you know what I'm saying. Zerka's fighting for his life. He's not fighting for being a rich dude. He's fighting for his life in his head because the life he wants to live. He deserves that. Right? He's been through a lot. And it's like this. That's who I'm talking to. I'm not really talking about like you get rich just to like party and shit like that. I'm saying the game I'm in always required real serious money. Or I can move somewhere. I could go to Europe. I could go to Romania, right, and just live it up. But that also loses that bigger game aspect of it, and then you're not around family, so it's pretty bad, right? If you're not going to be around family, you will be motivated to work your ass off, right? It's especially my age. You guys probably want to run away from the family a bit. I get that, but anyways, the game of the world is being won by the confident. Did you know that Speed has a higher intelligence than most people on Earth? He's intuitively confident. That's why it keeps going up for him. He's never in trouble, right? He's not reflective in a dark way. He's reflective in a way where the moment is his. Have you ever seen Speed? And it's kind of annoying sometimes to me. Like he'll take a bite of something and he'll make a face and it's a little performative, it's a little gay. I get it. It's a little whatever. But it's also him doing whatever he can to be in the moment so the clip is better. But it's not for the clip. If you look closer at what Speed's doing, he's in the moment, right? It's like if you turn the cameras off, he might calm down, but he's not a different person. You see what I'm saying? And so you look at someone who drags the moment for minutes, let's say after the workout where you're calm. That's a meditative state. That's a non-thinking state, right? Outside of duality and outside of all this shit. You look at someone like Speed, he owns that motherfucking moment, right? And if you look at the word speed, it really means freedom, right? I show speed. I show the freedom to move anywhere. And he moves that he wants to do every place, every city in China, right? A lot of people just point to me and say, you like him because of that rape joke. And that's how I found him. It was really funny, right? But you remember when he said, who gonna stop me? And it was so real that it was his I am presence right there saying it. So he got punished bad on Twitch for it. But he snaps out of that state and moves on. He doesn't linger there. He doesn't drag that bit too far. He learns his lesson and just keeps going. I think he keeps going, right? He did great after Twitch. I love examples where the person is not smart because we always write them off as retards. Have you noticed that? And it's like never write off someone who's living life as retarded. Never do that. You ever wonder how these hoes move to a city with no money and they hoe it out, but eventually they stop being hoes because they make money, right? Money just there's like for example, OnlyFans girls who don't make money but they're attractive versus the ones that do make money and they're not that attractive but there's some charm, there's magneticism to them. The only difference is confidence, right? And by confidence I mean a non-fear state. Excuse me, non-fearful state, right? So when the Bible is saying do not be afraid and it's just repeating this, it's saying the video game of life moves like that. It can freeze when you're afraid, and then it only moves when you're not afraid. That's why you have ups and downs. But you can be like Speed, where it just always goes up. And he has a good moral sense to him. There's something about Speed where he has to talk about Palestine, but it's horrible for network and business because obviously you think it's the popular answer for the poor. But at the top, when you want to meet celebrities who are all Zionists, it's the worst thing Speed can do for his career. And the Zionists he meet, they don't fucking blackball him because it's coming from inner truth. Inner truth is magnetic. Even if it scares people, it's magnetic. If you ever wonder how Speed doesn't get into places where he's getting canceled, but he's the most pro-Palestine at the top, and the top, I mean, he's always around celebrities even when the cameras are off, real celebrities, he's around there. Look at Ronaldo, very pro-Palestine, but he's at the top. That's the most dangerous place to do that, right? These are mega winners, right? Ronaldo spends more time in a meditative state than any human on earth. He'll do it with football. We all have something we do it with, right? It is dangerous if you don't have that thing because you're going to be like, I'm not meditating. Ronaldo gets to play football to reach that state. Actually, he'll do better if he meditates. But right now, he doesn't need that. He's speaking from his heart. He's doing the right thing, what he thinks is right. And it's all blessings, all doors open to him. And if you ever wonder why Ronaldo gets paid so much, it's not even that he's that good at football, bro. He's only good at football because he loves the sport more than the guy next to him. I'm telling you, a lot of these football players don't love the sport like he does. They don't have, you can tell you love something when the visions are more, when the fantasies and the visions are more important than reality. In a realistic way, no. It's realistic because you go to practice and work at it. But in the visionary state, it's not realistic at all. That's why he has such a big gap with other players in paycheck lifestyle and all that. There's a clip of Ronaldo even throwing away a Coca-Cola can those next to him, trading it for water. Do you guys remember that? Inner truth is so powerful, the world gets out of its way. Now, if it was you sitting there, you would say, I want a good relationship with Coca Cola. That's Zerka's favorite drink. I love Coca Cola. I want to be partnered with the Coca Cola's a Zionist organization, really. Do you understand what I'm saying? There are people on earth who are not intuitive one way and then destructive and then intuitive. There are people like Ronaldo and Speed who are just intuitive. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, Zerka, that's not fair. I have to work on the way I see the world. I have to work on the way I see the world, but Speed doesn't. Why would he have to work on it? He's working off memory. He already knows it. Right? And you're going to see everything that I talk about. You don't really have to do this stuff when it becomes intuitive to you, but you're going to do it because it's going to become a discipline. The more you obsess over who the fuck am I and how do I think? How do I manifest everything in creation that's already created? Everything's already created. That's why we can have visionary states where you see my vision. Right? Everything's created. There's no color to it. We paint that motherfucker. Right? The kingdom is within. But nobody wants the responsibility of thinking like that because it's so much better to be a slave. Like, why do people not talk about how addictive it is to be a slave? I hate when people say, oh, bro, the poor, the poor. You know, I know this goes against a lot of mystic teachings. They would cut my head with a Shaolin sword if they heard this, but the poor are pieces of shit. And I'm not talking about to the world. I'm not pointing at someone and saying, I'm saying to themselves. You can only judge a human by the way he treats himself. If you treat yourself good, you can be a smooth criminal. I don't recommend that as a path, but there's been plenty of people who are magnetic criminals. And we write them off as, all right, he's a bad guy, but I still want to follow him. He has a lot of good too. What is that lot of good? What is that magneticism of a lot of good? Right? Now I'm sure that 100% that'll backfire. I don't want you guys to be smooth criminals in the world. But you got to ask yourself, like, how many YouTube channels have you watched? How many podcasts have you listened to? And there's some people who trick themselves and say, I learned so much. Really? Because if you were studying yourself throughout the whole day, if you had moments of the day that are intimate and just for you, you're studying the world. Because once the self is correct, the world starts orbiting around you. And you always fall off. You'll always fall off. You know how Speed worries about falling off? By not doing the right thing. That's why he's pro-Palestine. He understands that there's moral steps forward to success, which is great. But let's look at 99% of other influencers. They're always up and they're always down. I think Vitali's in prison right now. What the fuck? When Steiner talks about the guardian of the threshold, that in death, the scariest thing why humans fear death the most is that they see their real face. Like that is the last thing they see, and they freak out. This is why meditative states are practiced for 50 years, so you can have a peaceful transition in death. And this is why a lot of people do drugs and destroy themselves, not to face their own soul, right? But it always comes back to you as the self. And you as the self is the only thing that's real. You know, when you do the right thing, it's the only time you're actually alive. Does that make sense? When I say how you treat yourself is more important than how you treat others, I'm saying you cannot be free unless you are free within yourself. And if you're not free, you're always itching your own skin. Excuse me, you're scratching your own skin. I could give you $1 billion. If you're not comfortable in your own skin, it's going to get really nasty for you. A good example of someone who hates their own skin is, have you ever looked at Conor McGregor with the Nelk Boys? Doesn't Conor look very, I know it's a drug thing, but doesn't he look very itchy? Doesn't he look like he's always running to something? And then you remember a different Conor when he was actually, I hate the word happy, I'll say calm. When he could face the mirror, his life was a lot better than when he made $500 billion or whatever the fuck he made. Or he made a billion, right? Is he a billionaire or almost there? And you know what's interesting is he would find all of his anxiety fading with the martial arts. But now that he's not a martial artist, he's always filled with anxiety. He doesn't have a meditative state. He doesn't have a spiritual practice. He doesn't have a way to start the day. So he thinks just having a workout is enough. But you can work out and your brain is not really developed, right? Your brain isn't doing shit, right? That's why the greatest workouts is when you're about to win something, right? You're building to win something, but you're building for that calm state. Like, oh, I won a trophy in this contest, and right? Everyone wants that freedom that comes with success, and then it disappears. But why not get the freedom before the success? So the success is as abundant as the moment. And I'm not saying it's like an everlasting spring of success and money. I'm saying that, would you rather be a millionaire that's happy with what he has and is calm, or a billionaire scratching out of his own skin? This is desire difference, right? This is, you're trying to be a success. No, you are a success, and all things are added onto you after. But this inner world, man, once you start getting good at it, you're going to be like, why am I only level 10? Well, Zerka's older, so he's higher level at this. Oh, Zerka fell off again. Oh, this guy fell off again. That guy fell off again. Connor is in prison now. And Floyd Mayweather's not happy with all that money and blah, blah, blah. And you know what's interesting is Floyd, the happiest you could see him is when he's taking care of his family, when he becomes the father that abandoned him, the self, right? And you always fall off. It's like an ongoing Jacob's ladder being climbed, and you always fall off because you try and freeze the moment and say, okay, I'm good here. It's like, good where? Are you external? Are you floaty? Are you luciferic? Are you in dream world? Anytime I say dream world, I'm saying in waking sleep, negative waking sleep. And why I promote psychospiritual health more than getting the workout in and finding that calm is because the workout eventually goes away, right? Like for Connor, he's like trying to be president, right? It went away for him and it's really eating him alive. He's getting rape charges and all sorts of stuff. And bro, you can say a million different times, he's innocent, he's the, I don't give a fuck if someone's innocent or guilty. I don't care if Zerka's innocent or guilty with the teenager. I don't care about that shit. I care about the inner world of pictures that took Zerka to this external of being around such venomous people, because I'm not blaming the girl, I'm not blaming anyone except the self. That state has to be peeled off. It's a very immature state too. And if you love to laugh, you might love cheap laughs. You might find everything funny, which is a joker archetype, excuse me, trickster archetype pushing through you that gets you some wins, and then you're like, whoa, you're in the depths. You know what I mean? Well, blame Heel Mike, John. Why? Why should I blame Heel Mike? Why don't I blame that state I was in? And then you can always see the state of self when it's not real and it's a phantom, it's a shell, because you'll be holding a bottle of alcohol, right? You'll be holding a bottle of alcohol, because that's not your true self. It requires spirits, it requires alcohol, it requires, if you need something, you're in trouble. Every morning you should start with, I don't need anything, I don't need anyone, and all I'm going to do is sit here until my whole body is not mobilized from my mind. My mind is what's mobilized, and it's getting me in very, very tricky situations like this one or the other one, a shit ton of money and anxiety. That's the worst one you could be in. See, if you don't prepare the self, if you don't give birth to it, if you're not imprinting your subconscious with the right versions of yourself, minute by minute, hour by hour, that's not how you should really see it. You should see it by morning and nighttime because the self doesn't switch. All things in my name will be given to you. Well, what is God's name? I am. I am healthy. It's a book to engineer the world for you. But Zerka, if I can get anything I want, then wouldn't the world get boring and blah, blah, blah? No, because the way everything has its own appointed hour in surprise, the way it happens, the timeline, it's always going to be a surprise to you. You know, I could lock you in, sit you down, train you. You start pulling in millions of dollars, and you're like, Zerka, what the fuck? I thought it was gibberish. This is crazy. And I'm thinking to myself, like, but you already knew this. You already, that's why when we talk about this stuff, every human on earth agrees. And then they go back to their own shit life. Have you noticed that? Have you ever agreed with something and you went back to living how you were? Or those people who need emotional swings, right? Oh, Zerka, I need a speech from you. You need something? What do you need? Have you ever seen Sneeko? He's filled with so many needs, always chasing his own tail. And I feel like he's always stuck in the same part of his career. You know, I said that to him. I'm like, okay, now what? You know what I mean? Now what? You look at someone like Speed. Have you noticed Speed doesn't need anything? The difference from Sneeko and Speed is going along with the moment, meaning he has faith in the creator, in the creation of imagination, right? He has faith that the video game turns out all right. And when he lacks faith, when he's afraid that he's doing the wrong thing, he'll be pro-Palestine. He'll take moral steps forward. You get what I'm saying? I sit here and I think of humans who always need something. What the fuck do you need from me? The fuck do you need from Sneeko? You know, when you watch Speed or Sneeko, you want versions of their states they're in that appear for moments. But you don't want their state. You want your own state that is aligned to what they have going on for themselves. If there was a camera filming you all day, you guys would all look like FouseyTube. Have you ever seen Fousey just yapping in front of camera? Well, I need this, and when I have this, and when I have the Lamborghini, and where do you live? Do you live? What part of the world do you live in that you keep saying when I? You're clearly in between your fucking eyes, even in daybreak. You're in a different world. And people who think, well, Zerko, man, right to focus right into that imagination. This is so true. This is so. What about illusions? If your feet aren't grounded, you might just be swallowing up illusions. Right? That's why that's why it takes time for the vision to come true. Because we don't know if it's your real desire or if it's going to switch to something else. So it'll come to you as an illusion and it gets constructed. In the world of creations, it's already made and you're just magnetizing it to you. And every time you feel like, well, Zerka, I've started many mind projects and none of them got fulfilled. You don't know who you are. You don't study yourself. You don't study the self. Excuse me. If you don't study the self, guess what? You're going to have a bunch of things that are coming at you at slow motion speeds because something else gets constructed every hour. That's what locking in is. It's locking into a vision, right? We build it like parts. We build it like parts. You get it? It's fully constructed in imagination. And in the real world, it'll come to you in days, weeks, and months of being built. Like, let's say you're opening up a gym. You're going to start with one side of the gym and the pillars and the. Now, you got to be faithful to that state. I hate when people say, stay faithful to the thing you're constructing. And when you people talk in things and stuff, they get it so confused. This is why I say you don't need to wonder about what you want. If I know myself, I know what I want. And no, you need to wonder about the state you're in and who the fuck is going to resurrect this state, the real state. Because this one has to die. And I'm telling you this right now, humans die every day, every hour. You understand? Die in peace and resurrect into the new state. All right, let's do some questions. I feel like I ate up some of our time with all that, but I can when I look at your guys' pictures, I almost know what you're gonna ask, right? Because I study the self and I know that the self is, all of our true selves are kind of the same. It's a moral, good person who's curious about certain things, right? So I understand where to go with this. I'm kind of like reading the minds here, but I do feel kind of bad for taking up some of that time because it's not the longest call in the world today, right? Yo, Zerka, how do you build a stronger relationship with your brother? You don't have a relationship with your brother. You have a relationship with the self. When you're in the state of inner peace, you and your brother will laugh. This is why I preach about the world of reflections. This is why I don't need to know who the fuck your brother is. You understand? This is why when I say it, it sounds like a therapy answer because this is how therapists talk. Because therapy is the study of the self. Like, I'll tell you this, man. Some of you guys who go therapy, have you ever said something to your therapist where you see a glimmer in his eye, not her eye, I hope not her, but his eye? Have you ever seen a glimmer in your therapist's eye where you're reminding the therapist about themselves or their self? Excuse me. It's like a ping pong reaction of winning. It's like a ping pong reaction of now you're helping them a bit. Yeah, I'm not really interested in answering the degenerate questions because I feel like that kills the speech. How do I find solution to stopping drinking without control in social situations? It's like unlocking some free part of me, but often I regret next day. See, when you're studying self, you're going to realize that everything I'm saying is about positive imagination or negative imagination. You're associating you being drunk with a some kind of like net good in your life. But if you got drunk by drinking cow poo, you'd associate it with something disgusting, right? And the only way you can be disgusted of something is if you see yourself externally, literally ruining your life with that thing. So if I showed you picture consciousness of every time something bad went in your life and you were holding a fucking beer, you're gonna start resenting that motherfucking beer. But the problem is, in your state of self, drinking is cool. Drinking is awesome. Drinking is this. Do you understand what I'm saying? I like this sensei thing. Reminds me to troll less. Because I really do want to answer the degenerate question. It's just, I want to be real, but I feel like it does kill a lot of the momentum I just built on this speech. How can I stop being numb and be myself for longer? I always fall off when I'm on top. I'll tell you this, man, there is no top. There is no top in more ways than one, if you know what I mean. But there's no top without a sense of self. And I'm telling you right now, meditation and prayer is the supercharger to being. I'm not talking about career and stuff like that. That 100% everyone's already talked about that. Every TikTok guy, how did you make your first million? It's always a God thing. Have you noticed that? They always come back to the same thing. So I'm not talking about just career. I'm talking about being. Because I'll tell you this, man. The study in the West, we study thinking, right? With Descartes and Cartesian thought and all these philosophers of thinking. And in the East, they study being, right? Confucius and all that. And again, if you go for one over the other, it can either be Luciferic or harmonic, right? Satanic. But I really think everything starts with being. Like, for example, the more time you spend with yourself in the state of you having your wish fulfilled, the more you'll realize this is only tricky because I have this impulse in me to think. But the more I go back to the state, which is non-thinking, the more I go back to inward into myself. And it happens after the workout or football practice, but I'm saying if your day starts, if it starts with a passive receptive meditation, in the calmest part of the meditation, the tail end of it, I don't like to say end because you should see it as infinite. There's no ending until you get your answer. I think that there's truth in a calm state. And right now it sounds scary to a lot of you, like, I don't want to face my own soul. But you don't understand that, let's say, why do we breathe? Why do we focus on breath work during meditation? Not because breaths fucking matter, but it's the only thing to focus on so we don't have thoughts, right? So we can achieve the calmest state. And at the calmest state, you answer your own question without shadow, meaning, I don't want to drink anymore. And it's not, oh, I need another drink, but I'm not supposed to. It's just a new version of you being birthed. The unconscious and the conscious had a sun and moon marriage, and the self is born. I don't know if I should be talking alchemically. I think, does that confuse a lot of you guys for the Western esoteric tradition? Or should I just keep it as like tabula rasa? Or should I keep it like plain as fuck? I can talk about it chemically. This is good for the science guys. In a calm state, your chemicals in your brain, right, have the best breeding ground for that thing that we call the Savior, the Christ force that saves you from desire, right? And it'll always, you'll know when you're saved by your Savior, which is you. The kingdom is within you, but you'll know you're saved when you don't need it anymore and you still get it. The desire is slowly being fulfilled and it's bridging with not needing it. If you go to not needing it, it'll come back in a shadow kind of trait. But really, we're trying to do both, right? It's like me not doing these calls and only focusing on being. It's not the best use of my time. But when I balance it with this internet stuff, this social media, whatever, it is distracting, but it's the middle of who I am. And the answer is always in the middle. Not I, but Christ in me is speaking. Because our I am presence wants the same thing. It wants freedom to be moral. Moral to ourselves, not to the beer. You can be very moral to the beer. I'm being good. I'm supporting your business and I'm drinking it. Because the beer is alive. It's a spirit in you. You could be friends with it. But eventually, I'm not saying that, these spirits you reject and fight. I'm saying they follow you around and they start healing as you are healed. You become a transformer of the world. All right. Next question is it black magic to use sigils? And first of all, black magic implies very carefully that you know what you're doing. There's different types of magic, but for that one, it's very controlled. Okay. So just going to say that. And again, I don't recommend sigils. I don't recommend symbols. I don't recommend nothing except the contemplation of self. From that, all things are added on, right? If you ever find me ever talking about complicated things, it's either one, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, or I'm confusing myself. Because the answers in life are so just the base. Ronaldo kicks the ball, bro. The answers are the basics. You understand? Now, the basics get drilled into us by our teachers throughout history. I get that, right? I get why people will join the temple and get the basics drilled into them because the basics take a while. Because there's so many distractions. Like, there's a black rock you hold that is your phone that is the biggest distraction to facing your own soul. Thoughts on Egyptian schools of thought? How did they use symbols? And I'll say this, okay? The symbols are for initiation, okay? And remember, when we talk about ancient Egyptian temple science, it's the art of dying. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's the highest level of initiation. It's not stuff we talk about here. That's why they would be put into a tomb for 3 days in darkness, where they enter psychosis, which really means facing all the dark. And those initiates were masters that were training those guys. It's not you guys in this world of self-initiation. For you guys, it takes many, 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 many decades because you guys started with government teachers, right? Did you isolate before your blow up? I'm thinking about cutting off old friends. Yeah, if they're not good for you, if you're entering the state of self that's mirroring them, it's not good. But isolation visualization is like huge part of success, although it comes with the loneliest times of your life, really. Right? These are snapping moments, and I'm always of the school of thought that you're supposed to do both, heaven and earth. The mysteries of spirit and the mysteries of nature are not as big as the mysteries of man. So when you isolate and visualize, counterbalance it with a social life so you can cultivate good moral character in your advancement, right? If the heart gets locked up because you're isolated too much, you're in for some really traumatic times up ahead because the heart, it cannot be locked. You cannot be stuck in anger. You cannot be stuck in fear, right? And fear is suppressed hate. So if you ever find yourself always afraid, it's hating yourself. Circa, you recommend getting a girlfriend? Always, yeah. Anything that your heart says is normal for your psychological development in 2025 is good. And girlfriend really just means marriage in the spiritual plane, right? Hopefully it's a good girl, right? Or else there's some lessons. But I always recommend I promote being a Chad always. Okay. I always think my biggest mistakes are sometimes I'm Chad, sometimes I'm isolated, but everyone wants the Zerka that's in the middle, right? A study filled Zerka that's intelligent with a girl so he doesn't wander off and do harmful things. Now, that's not to say that there's some points in your life you have to lock in with no chicks around. 100% for young guys. Like, I'll say this, man. If you don't have stable income, I don't think a girl is ever going to solve any part of your development. Because when you have a girlfriend, you're studying yourself. She's telling you things about you. This stuff rubs you the wrong way because she's reminding you of the state you don't like about yourself. And you really get to study, wow, when I have inner peace and true confidence, intuitive thinking, she loves me. And when I don't have that, she turns into a monster. Am I affecting her and she's affecting me? And imagine if she worked on herself and you worked on yourself, how honest would the world get? And this is why every mystic said you can't, as much as you try and do good in the world, don't do it unless your state of self is pure. Therefore, you are magnetic and people follow you. That way, you have a shining example of what to do to the unconscious mind, the mind that doesn't want to listen. It has its own plots and plans, but you can't help but respect Jesus Christ. And you go, damn, excuse my word language, but you get blown away with the sense of self he brings to the world, right? This is why all of his teachings eventually ended with, right, him being killed. Why? Because that lesson of self, ultimate self sacrifice, is never going to come from just teaching, right? It's going to come from example. Yeah. Okay. I'll get a girlfriend, but I'll remember that I love myself more. Well, if you can't even cultivate love on earth if you don't love yourself. You understand? A lot of people use that as some kind of weird justification to do everything you want to do. But if you're doing everything you want to do and it's not your I am, your true nature, it's not you. It's illusions, it's despair, it's mumbo jumbo garbage. When the people are saying love yourself, they're not saying you love yourself as you are. They're saying you love your most idyllic state of, um, most idealized state of yourself. A good way to see this is every thought of yours should be an ideal, right? If you have imaginative contemplations about you tricking people and scamming people, that's not you, right? That's coming from external, it's dark. But if you have moral imagination, moral intuition, and moral inspiration, if you have what is above is like what is below, because what you think, you're going to feel under your feet. So all of your thoughts should be moral, not because, oh, it's like the right thing to do and all that, but because it's the only way to be real on earth. And realness is everything to some realness. Have you ever seen someone get offered so much money and he goes, nah, I don't want it? And everyone respects that dude, and the businessman, the I forget his name, the WWE guy with the microphone, McMahon, he freaks out. Like, what do you mean you're rejecting my offer? Right? Like Aiden blowing up my phone, keeps messaging me, well, how about this much money? How about, and it's like, dude, it's nothing to me. It's literally nothing. There was a time in my life where it was something, but now it's peanuts because, I walk with myself. I can't really be bought, especially for peanuts. What am I, an elephant? Okay, what's the best way to stop getting distracted and focus on your goals? Yeah. I really think that autopilot should never come with a beer. Your autopilot mode should be work, and not work where you're like mad at yourself, just getting it done. And let me tell you this, if you don't have work, things you work on every day of your life, those hours of your day, those, let's say, 8 hours where you're supposed to be working, they get occupied with fear. You can't replace it with gaming because then you're afraid when you're gaming. So every day you should be building something. It should never end, right? But if you have a need to build, this is bad. This is a bad state. This is a fearful state to build from. You understand what I'm saying? This is why I love people who start their day off with a workout. But even better, I love people who start off with activating their minds. right? We bathe in imagination, the imagination. We want to. Why do you think a human washes himself every day when he showers? Why do humans even do that? It's because they're dirty, Zerka. No, symbolically, psychospiritually, they're doing it because it's a reminder to live a moral life and wash you of your karmas, your desires, your links. Have you ever thought of mentoring or teaching someone? I do that, just not right now. I'm really full. And I really think that these calls are more important than one on one, right? Because if I'm talking to a bunch of people, it's almost like I cannot be distracted by your problems because everyone has different problems and blah, blah, blah. So I have to talk right to the self, right? It's like talking to a mirror and everyone goes, hip, hip, hooray. Now, I really think the number one thing that I teach will always be the most forgotten thing. You should be living in your wish fulfilled. I can't stress that enough. Everything you've done from a state of where you're at. And where you're at is not that great. It's not as good as being in the imagination of your wish fulfilled. That's why I'd say you guys should study winning when you're winning in life. When you study winning, you go, oh, wow, I'm a different guy. I walk different when I'm winning. Well, if you walk like that every day of your life, you will be a winning machine. And the days you don't win, you'll just be happy with where you're at. You know what I mean? Yeah, winning is expanding. Everything is added onto you when you're winning. You have to win over the self. This is what that myth of the dragon and the knight is really about. Like, why does the knight wear white, shiny armor to signify purity, right? A mastery of self, purification of self as he fights his desires. Three-headed dragon of thinking, feeling, and willing, and all the heads are tangled, right? You got to untangle them and slaughter that bitch. Notice how everything I say is not telling you to become a hippie. Be careful with that because you're going to listen to me and then go down rabbit holes that kind of harm you because it's so easy to change yourself by becoming a hippie, right? It's cartoony, it's not real. When you were streaming and every day and editing clips and barely sleeping, did it accomplish what you want or do you regret it? I mean, one, working hard always gets you paid, right? There's a lot of people who said after 2 weeks of me not streaming that this guy won't have the way Zerka spends money, he's gonna go broke so quick, he's gonna come back to streaming right away. And it's like, no, everything I've done built the castle. Do you understand? So obviously I don't regret any of it. I do regret one thing that I beat myself up so much in the process. Like if I just cut out a few hours and slept better, the clips would have been even funnier, even better, even more views, even more followers. So I do feel like I did it everything in Vegeta way when you're really supposed to be Vegeto, right? Vegeto is fearless, and Vegeta is like there's anger to what he does. He does the 10,000 push-ups, whereas Vegeto will do 10,000 push-ups in one smile. It's a higher level of state. If you understand Dragon Ball, you'll know what I'm saying, right? Careful which character you are in the world. There's a lot of cool characters that come with baggage, right? Like Vegeta, and you got to be careful with how much suffering you take on because you can always add more. That's why I say you should let go of your suffering because if you want to add suffering, it'll all be added onto you, bro. Like a human underestimates how much they hate the self, right? They love themselves but hate the self, and the self is the real you. How you actually let go of suffering? See, At my age, this is so much easier to understand because, oh, stable life and high paying job and all that stuff. But look at someone who risked it all, like Speed, right? Speed has really let go of his suffering. There's people who are very intuitive with it and they get really rewarded in the world, right? So everyone has different tricks that they do, right? I know a guy who will pinch himself every time he catches himself pitting himself, right? But this is why I like a psycho spiritual start to the day with meditation and prayer, because when you do that, you are a new self. It's a very strange to do that. No human does that, right? Like I'm sure even Muslims and Sneeko, these guys, when they pray, they're thinking about their YouTube channels. It's a very intimate thing to start your day as this different human being that does things different, contemplates self differently, right? And for thousands of years, we're taught that this is the answer to all your problems because your problems are inner, they're not outer. This is why, if you're confident, you get the job interview and you smash it. But it came from the within, right? Or you imagine if you got a job interview from without, you'd be always worried that you're going to get fired, that you're not good at the job, that you tricked them into thinking you're capable and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. What's my uptime? Absolute best advice for passing shit test from people, especially women. Yeah, we're talking about the state of self right now. So just remember this. There's Sneeko, who is reactive when a girl tests him. And then there's Zerka that just laughs in their face. These are two different states, not two different humans. I just spent more time in the club with bitches, so I understood it a little better, I think, or wanted it to know it more than Sneeko. But Sneeko copied my state of self because he realized he doesn't want to argue with a child, right? He gets it, that my way is effective. You understand? That you're giving them power when you argue? And that's why they get afraid and they keep reaching for more power because they go, what? I'm the masculine? I need more power. I need to grab more. There are times where I play with it and I'll be reactive for jokes and stuff. But I don't think a woman has ever gotten me to the point where I'm freaking the fuck out and not making money and not doing my workout. I'm not doing my daily tasks, let's say. Right? I would never give a human that kind of power over me. I think that's, I'm trying to keep it positive, but that's the most faggot shit you can do. Right? This is why people love tweets like "Don't give a fuck, bro," and people go, "Whoa, that's so based." And yeah, it is based, and you know it already. You don't need someone to tell you, and so you know it when you see it in a movie. Actually, the main characters, the state of self a main character is in a movie, like a Brad Pitt or whatever, when he's playing the badass, he's unbothered by the bitch, which actually raises a massive amount of curiosity in the woman because she's seeing a strong I am presence, which is real. And in the world of illusions and shadows, everyone wants to go to the real, right? So that's the one good thing movies are used for is the state of self. Like, and if you ever wonder how come an actor gets paid so much, is they master changing their state of self. Now they sometimes become Johnny Depp and destroy themselves with alcohol and stuff like that because they don't know who they actually are, but they know who they are when they're acting, when they're playing Jack Sparrow, right? If only it was more real to them. Yeah, BB. I don't think that Psyche is that much bothered because there's billions of people in that position, right? I don't think it's something to dwell on. And if I could have one superpower on Earth given to all of you guys, but me get it first, it's never dwell, right? I think that's more important than anything. I think that's more important than prayer, right? Because when prayer requires you to behave like you already got your wish fulfilled, what is it saying? It's saying you're not allowed to reflect negatively upon your past because it's occupying that space. So I don't think you can even pray if you dwell, right? And when I say a prayer, I'm saying the thing you do that everyone knows what it is. But the difference from genuine prayer and fake prayer is one, there's no such thing as fake prayer. But I'd say the most effective prayer on earth walks around with you in your pocket all day. I think that's the difference. That the one that prayer, when you pray, your state of self switch. It's like a switch, right? That's why I love Dragon Ball analogies. If you've ever wondered why you love Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan, it's because he gets serious. He gets serious, right? If you've ever wondered why Goku, when he transforms into a Super Saiyan, is the best part of the show, it's better than scripture. It's because it is scripture. It's literally showing you the state of self can change, especially when it has to. There's a state of self in a mother that can lift a car over her baby. It's all within. Now, if you ever have amnesia towards the things I'm saying, as much as I don't like you guys just repeating everything I talk about, really ask yourself, what are you repeating? What is your Song of Solomon? Is it a movie? Is it a game? Is it Netflix? Is it Twitter? If you're going to repeat anything, you should be repeating this as a podcast in your ear, right? I do that a lot too. Things that I know are the truth, that I just feel in my bones, I'll repeat them so it washes out from the garbage that I watch on social media. See, this is beautiful. Zerka, you helped me find my identity. I am now providing value through a tangible, real world skill. I didn't do shit, dude. I helped you remember yourself because I remembered myself, because all self is connected. That's the I am presence in scripture, the kingdom within, that Nick and Sneeko and mine and nobody can understand it. Why can't these people understand it? This is why I got so frustrated when Nick would say, "Oh, his life went to shit because he said something about God, or he did this wrong, or he went to jail because he's God is punishing him." And I'm like, Nick, don't say things like that. That's the one thing for the last 10 years I would never say, right? Because when someone comes to kill you at your doorstep, you have to admit that God hates you, right? So it's a slippery slope thinking like that. You got to remember it's the world of reflections and you're just bringing it towards yourself. And that's the truth. That's what even people, successful retards, know. For example, Shea Club, the guy I saw in Vegas. You know Shea Club? Forget his name. Shannon. Is it Shannon Sharp? Yeah. He understands everything I'm saying. That's why he's very successful, actually. Don't ever listen to Groypers telling you it's actually because he's satanic. Everyone who wins is satanic. It's like, what? Don't ever listen to that shit. I get a lot of those messages. You only have money because you're with the devil. And I'm like, really? Is that everyone on earth who has money? Yeah, I mean it's the world. We're not supposed to be of this world and blah 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 blah. It's like, have you even read the Old Testament? Do you even understand it? You know how much of the Old Testament is talking about wish fulfillment? It's unreal. It's unreal how generous God is. If you ever want to question how generous God actually is, everything you think of becomes real, especially your negative states. And it's all bundled up and cataloged in imagination, which is the most we can. That's how we perceive God. We see it as imagination, right? Because we're just lower in our development. So everything you've ever asked for came true. You've been asking for some nasty shit, right? Because you don't know who you are. You've been really poked by the external world, right? It keeps poking at you and distracting you. This is why Jesus tells all the initiates, wake up, wake up, wake up. Why is he reminding them to wake up right before he's persecuted? It's all about waking up. If there's levels of unconscious, there's levels to conscious. There's higher levels of being awake, my dude. If you experience what I experience, if you could see what I've seen in my life, you would be like, I'm shocked Zerka is not in the mountains meditating. It seems like he has everything pointing him to live that life. But I'm realistic. I'm realistic because if you're not, oh my God, when I look in my past, has anyone, one in the chat, if you've gone balls to the wall at things that you excelled at and you wonder later, why did I do that? Like, I didn't even have to get that good at that one thing. Yeah, that's not good. There's a lot of people who get good at shit that they don't ever touch anymore. That's why I like you guys structuring your life, building building blocks on top of it. I don't like you just playing with a block and then leaving it alone forever. It should be like, I'll say this, man. Good habits build upon each other, and bad habits don't do anything. They don't destroy, they just freeze you. Okay? Because at least if a bad habit is destroying your life, there's lore and adventure there. There's a test. But if your life is freezing, these are the worst habits, in my opinion. Right? Okay, let's see. That's a familiar name, but I cannot remember who Robert Greene is. And I know all the authors that I promote. I should know them. So that's 48 Laws of Power. You guys know how I feel about those books. You guys know how I feel about anything that is not ancient wisdom, right? Haas used to tell me that. He'd be like, why are you not a communist? Why is it always esoteric for you? And I'm like, well, look at my life and look at yours. Like, I'm shitting on you. No, that's a stupid way to look at it. But yeah, I just find that even Marx is very new for me. So I love Steiner, because when Steiner said Hermes Trismegistus thrice great, the Trinity, he's actually Jesus, and that Jesus has come many times in different ways, although the biggest one was the one we all know, the macrocosm. I thought that's mind blowing, because I'm like, I knew when I read the Kabbalion, I'm not reading just a smart guy. I knew I'm reading scripture. But that's blasphemous to say nowadays. Christians will cut your throat off if you say everything good came from Christ, because they go, no, no, only in the Bible, right? No, everything good came from Christ. What are you talking about? It's not just the Bible. Bible's everything. And it's like, stop embarrassing yourself. The Kabbalion in Vatican Library. No, the Kabbalion is a short book of the laws of the world that have never been debunked. And so it's very popular for that reason. Ancient book that's been rewritten. It's stayed the same, but it's in every country. It's in every bookstore. It's like one of the most popular books on earth. It was my first book that got me back into the esoteric, because I was always on and off, and then partying, and like how I used to cope with how much partying I used to do was after the party, when my bitches is asleep, I would go into the esoteric, right? And then yeah, in 2022 I had a massive awakening, and by awakening I mean early 2022 there was a flowering between my eyes, felt like blossoming, right? I'm not saying I saw the flower, these people talk about it, but that was the best way to describe it. That's why 2022 I love Dr. Robert Gilbert's work, rest in peace, where he's talking about that lotus opening in between his eyes, and I'm like, that happened to me. And then I find out in the new age pop culture kind of stuff like that it's actually very, very common. And yeah, it's very common, and it got me way back into what I'm supposed to be doing for myself. And it's funny because you'll know you're on the right path if, let's say, all of this is taken from me and I cannot give you guys any of this information. what do you think I'd still be doing with the rest of my life? Even if I didn't get paid, remember, I didn't get paid $1 for years as I went into the higher level stuff. I don't think, Hex, I never thought it would be a classroom. I was even worried about having a classroom without dating because I was always like, this is so niche, it's so me. But when you speak your passions into the air, people just find you, bro. I've had 1 year of zero marketing and people just find me. Yeah, a lot of strange people too, like a lot of big channels. Hey, I want to donate to you. And I'm like, I don't take donations. Like, I don't even live stream. No, I want to do it as my karmic thing. It's my thing. I want to send you crypto. I want to send you money. I'm like, yeah, but I don't live stream. I don't, no, what's your PayPal? And I'm like, oh, people want to just push energy into me to be like tied up with me, which is mind blowing because after a year of no marketing, I don't have a place you can click to. You cannot donate to me, right? But if someone remembers a bit of themselves from me remembering myself, they want to join in on that, right? That's why by the time I'm 55, I will have like a mega church. Although let's be real, the way the world works, I will be seen as the most evil person on earth. Because have you noticed anyone with a new style of thought gets like attacked from every angle? And it's not even a new style of thought. Like I only repeat ancient proverbs. Did blow help or hurt your career? Obviously hurt. You cannot be playing with your bundles of nerves or chakras, whatever you want to call it. I don't even like that word, but you cannot be playing with those ups and downs and not realizing that most of it is a down. You only realize it when you have clear eyes that, like for example, here, let me ask you this. Would you rather uh I guess for some clairvoyant investigation, there are a lot of things I've said that I never read anywhere, and I just knew through clairvoyant investigation where I needed to know that. Like it was the thing of the year for me. So many years ago, I think I was sitting next to Sneeko and I said, what happens after death? And everyone was so bewildered with what I said, and I got a bunch of messages saying, what book, what book? And I could never, I don't want to be a dishonest guy, so I can't say the book because it wasn't from a book. And I said, what happens after death? Like the way you see life as picture consciousness. I never said it went backwards, but basically you feel everyone you've hurt through their lens. I said it sitting next to Sneeko. And I was having massive, massive awakening periods at this time. This is right when I was going internationally viral, right? And when I said that, I said it with so much conviction because I just knew it's the truth. And I got all these people saying, where did you learn that? Where did you learn that? And then after years of study, I find it in Steiner's work. And I'm like, oh, look at this. In the deepest part of his works, I was intuitively correct. So you can know things without reading it, right? Now, I don't want you guys to go into illusions and stuff like that. But there's a lot of times where I've spoken the truth without seeing it or hearing it or reading it anywhere. And you have too. People have these moments in their lives. They're like life altering moments. They take a piece of shit into a moral state. That's what I needed at the time, right? When I say need, I'm saying need for my development, not need as in career or any of this stupid shit like that. But yeah, when I look at through the whole scope of it, if everything is you and memory, drugs are just weakening your memory. It's not good, right? I feel like I knew a bunch of things to change my life, but never applied them until 27 years old, 28, right around that like Saturn return, they call it, or whatever, like the full development of the man, right? And then I last minute panicked into international fame because there's no way I'm going to pop off when I'm 30. That's the gayest fucking legacy ever. So some people say, like my family, my friends say I did it early. I feel like I did it late because of substances and stupid friends around me, but it's really me. But yeah, it happened exactly when it needed to happen, and that's why it's all out of my system. Like a lot of people think I'm suppressing wanting to be on the internet. Like, Zerka, you're not online that much, but you secretly really want to be. And it's like, I think you're talking about Heel Mike. He loves to be live. That's why I feel really bad for the guy that he's like non-existent online, because he loves that shit. Right. But I love it when I love it. And, it's not always there for me. It's never, as soon as I smashed the goal of being like internationally known, I started up a school and did my own thing. It wasn't like my thing, but we're definitely going to return to it. I'm not giving you like the sad pill. I'm just saying it fulfilled the desire that I needed to do that at 28. Now I'm surprised I even got it done because I had so much gunk in my head, right? But there's a reason why I did it in such an aggressive, crazy fashion, right? And that's not me and my game plan. That's my soul saying this has to happen at this time. It cannot happen later. It needs to happen for a transformation, right? So I feel like I'd left my homework up until 28 years old and just crammed for the test and smashed that shit, right? And I did good, but all the other tests I failed miserably to myself, right? But again, all those failures built up this energy to like, this time you got to say it correct on the podcast. And yeah, I went back to my visualization, my meditations, and I sat in that hotel room and I said, in a few hours, I have to, oh, excuse me, in a few days, because I went early to that hotel. I wasn't rich or anything, but I went early to the hotel, stayed a few days, and really locked in. And I said, oh shit, I got to be on Fresh Fit tomorrow. And that was the first time I locked in for a year. And you could see my first interview with Myron and Fresh. There's not a second wasted on that interview, right? Because I wasted that much of my life. So I needed my time in Miami to go correct, or else there's no way I could afford to just be out there, right? So I wasn't getting paid, but the views were racking up. So all my friends and family were like, oh, you're locked in. You waited 28 years. You kept saying it's going to happen like this. It happened for you when you went viral, and then you kind of backed off of it in the Raj Patel days. But when you locked the fuck in self, oh my God, it was the longest year of my life. That year felt like 10 years, really, right? I don't recommend that's a good life to live. If I didn't party so much, I would have done it at 26 or whatever. I even got invited to so many places, and for a year, I would just chill with like 1,500 viewers and dead hex on Twitch, running stupid shows for money just so I have more security base. But I should have followed the philosophy of freedom. I should have been intuitive, really procrastinated with my life. But so the interesting thing about procrastination is, as much as we all hate it, it builds the blessing too, right? There's a lot of people who never procrastinated and they get on fresh and fit. The guy who got on before me, his name was Christian Guzman, the big YouTuber guy, super successful, but he lost like half of his wealth on the gym he built, and got addicted to Adderall and all that. But he was like a big fitness YouTuber. I don't know if you guys know him. And he had like 20K views on his fresh fit appearance. And then I sat on his seat and I got like 700K every appearance. And I was like, oh, that's the difference from locking in and just sitting on a podcast, right? And you could see how much of the desire for me was actually fulfilled, because the next time I went on Fresh Fit in the 2024, you can see I'm like not even trying. I'm happy where I'm at and all that. And yeah, I did everything I said I would do. I really won't tell you I'm better than you, but we are not on the same level as you, because this G55 got a hell of a view. Regular niggas making regular moves with your regular bitch and you know what I mean? So that's why I say, anytime you feel like you've procrastinated, all that energy is not wasted. It eventually gets spread out on that podcast. But I'm always for early winning. I feel like early winning is the best. Although you guys are going to see 28 to 30, these are the biggest years of your life, right? For some of you guys are going to have that fear of I wasted my life and really lock in. And a lot of you guys are probably perceiving this the wrong way because you're kicking your feet up and saying, I'll just do what Zerka does. Yeah, billions of people say that and they never actually do it. You only have the now. So, yeah, if I was more sober minded and clear, I would have done it earlier. No doubt about that. Yeah, we don't talk numerology, astrology here, bro. Like, the macro concepts for astrology are correct. Like, for example, if you date a woman who's a Taurus, she's very earthy, meaning very gold digger like for security. That is real, but everything else is garbage, right? Or like Pisces will be very caring or very esoteric, which means dark. He could get dark, right? He's very into when you're into the hidden, you play with the stuff that harm you too. So, right? So it's good that I'm piecing this stuff together in a healthy way for you guys, right? Like if it doesn't align with scripture, I throw it in the garbage because it's harmed everyone I know. Yeah. All right. Should we wrap it up here or do any more questions? Now, for astrology, I look at Steiner's work and that's about it. And it's not really my, like, I'll say this. Did you know that the stars turning and astrological influences of these beings, these planetary states and all that, did you know that they don't have effect over the I am? You can break free of their influence. So it's more important to develop the self than it is to say, well, this is just how I am. No, it's how you're influenced, right? You're trying to break free from influence, right? And the beautiful part about that is the more influence you break free from of the worldly influence or above, right? The more you'll realize, oh, wow, there's no real evil in the world when I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Like it doesn't, like a lot of you guys are 20, let's say 22 to 26, 27 years of age. You guys are going to have this thing in your mind where you're constantly obsessed with seeing evil. Have you guys noticed? Have you ever caught yourself obsessed with trying to understand good and evil? So you start pointing at everyone who's satanic. And I went through this, everyone goes through this, and it's the worst part of your life because then everyone who's successful is with the devil and it turns into some monster that ruins you. But you should always see it with the Christ force in the middle, right? That good and evil, left and right? And then there's a middle. That's how you should see it. If you ever see it as just left and right, good versus evil, you're really admitting that God cannot handle evil and evil sometimes wins and then God wins. You're making you're making your matrix hell on earth. This is what Christians and Muslims and everyone does, right? And really ask yourself, why didn't Jesus just fight the devil when he was being initiated, right? Right? Why did he just ignore him and kept walking forward? Because there's power to your attention, your I am, your awareness, your attention. I started freaking out and thinking everyone was controlled off. Yeah, I went through that. 26, 27 was the most I ever went through that. And it even came out through memes. Like there was a meme on Twitch where everyone would be like, that's satanic. And it came from me. Even women were saying it. So you can see a lot of truth come through memes, right? Like, how do you transmute lust into creativity? Yeah, lust comes from external. Like, I guarantee you don't have that big of a problem if it wasn't on your feed. Because it's on your feed, it's triggering you into lower states, lower astral states, lower desire world states. And yeah, you're not into cleaning up your life. It's never going to be clean, right? Like, I'll give you my Twitter. You can free scroll, and you'd probably be like, oh, this is a lot more clean than I thought, right? We adjust our matrix. We womb, right? That's what it means. We adjust our world. Yeah, for transmutation happens with activation of the third eye, which is not hocus pocus. You can close your eyes right now and focus in the center point of your eyes, and a lot of you are going to want to bounce out of it, right? Because it's a scary thing for a lot of people, right? It's a very inward process, but that pressure you feel in between your eyes, you can look behind when you close your eyes and feel that cave, and you can feel that splitting point of horizontal cross section with the vertical, the middle column of your head, and you can feel that tender spot of your eyes. The more you focus on it nonstop, the more pressure you'll feel right there. And this is slow activation, right? And the more you feel that, the more it'll turn into this ball of a golf sized ball of awareness and energy. And eventually the ball will completely illuminate your thinking over your head. And you're going to feel cerebral spinal fluid, blood, everything rushing to the center point of that eye when your eye becomes one. And this activation changes your state. Now, this is a technique, right? This is a technique for you to have more clear, illuminated thinking. It's also a technique for you to realize, oh, wow, there's a version of me that's just automatic in the world, and the one where I start my engine for the day, right? And that's in all psycho spiritual circles. This is like the very basic stuff, right? So a lot of times you can fall out of it and sit in your room for 5-10 minutes and focus on activating it again. Although when you do it right the first time, it does last for the whole day until you get bogged up by nighttime. And monks do it throughout the day, and I don't recommend that. I think with if it's not your morning workout, I don't think it's good for you, right? Because you could be half-assing it throughout your whole day, but if you do it right the first time, it's you're never gonna send me a question of Zerka, did I do it right? You're gonna be shocked that you there's a feeling for when it's activated, right? And it's nothing of how like pop culture makes it sound, right? Actually, you're gonna feel a lot of calcification and a kind of like rigidity to your eyes becoming one, right? And over time it's going to feel more fluid, like it's going to feel like it's more easy to turn on, right? Yeah. Well, the interesting thing about turning on your mind is you can then use it to do good or evil, you know? It's just you will be more inclined to have more illuminated thoughts when you go inward because this is closer to your I am. But there is a bunch of people who can take this and do other things, and they try and convince themselves, or they use drugs to alter states to convince themselves they're doing the right thing for the world. And yeah, you can do some crazy stuff with it. This is not a practice to make you a saint. This is just to bring cerebral spinal fluid into the part of your body that's made out of the same material as a firefly's butt. You know, the firefly, does anyone know what I'm talking about? It glows, right? When it reaches a certain vibration. Yeah, it's the same material in between your eyes, or Descartes calls it the seat of the soul, the pineal gland. And if you don't want to hear all that mumbo jumbo, just think of awareness, right? Being concentrated in one spot, and it's that spot that you look from, right? It's not the highest center because this spot's illuminated from the energy center above the head, which is the high level initiation. He says, if you want to be saved by Jesus, forget that shit. Yeah, Lil Buns is a fucking retard because the Bible, it comes from the Bible. Like, there's nothing new age that is authentic. That's why the I posted someone bring up the scripture. Meditation awareness is biblical. Oh, it's yogic. It's the Bible is yogic, right? You're not dealing with desires by saying, I'm saved. Because if that was true, how come so many Christians are dying of cancer as they're fat as hell, drinking Red Bull and I'm saved, and they haven't done any inner work, right? Yeah, the stuff I post on my Twitter, like I'm always back it up with scripture so people don't think I'm pushing them towards practices that are not from scripture. Like, what? You think I would ever play with my life like that? Not, I'm not saying my life. I'm saying, do you think I'd teach someone something that wasn't biblical? It wouldn't even inspire me if it wasn't biblical, right? Yeah. And just be careful of people trying to tell you that you closing your eyes in your room and focusing is satanic. Like, be careful of those weirdos because it's your body. You have agency to do that. Okay. You have agency to curb your desires and be a good person. You're not going to be a good person by just saying, Jesus saved me. Really? You know who else Jesus saved? There's a bunch of evil people on earth who say that. Are they saved? No, dude, if you're not doing inner work and you just go to a therapist, and I'm telling you, it's like completely backwards. Your therapist is yourself, the kingdom is within. The only part that I think is dark of everything I talk about is when people say stuff like, yeah, the Bible is talking about the imagination and how to use the mind, but historically it never happened. When we know through clairvoyant investigation and regular investigation, it did happen. So that's the only part I hate when people try and say it's the techniques are correct, but those people never existed. No, they did exist. Okay, they did. If anyone ever tells you they didn't, they're lying to you. It's like there are some confusions. Like the average Christian will tell you Abraham is just one person, which is completely wrong because back then they had group consciousness. So Abraham was all of his kids he had too. They were all called Abraham too. It's a whole lineage, right? So there's one Abraham, and then every kid he has under him will be called Abraham. So, what is the best way to beat laziness? I really think prayer from a clear state is the best way to change your sense of self, your state. And I think when your state changes, you are mobilized. You have better picture consciousness, right? You have clear eyes to do the things you want. I think laziness comes from the brain is not turned on, right? How to stop having negative thoughts creep in while meditating? Well, you cannot be without thoughts. That's why we focus on the breath. That's why I like very big breaths. We're trying to get you to a relaxed position so you can receive intuitive thinking. But yeah, in the beginning, it's going to be very tricky. Like you're going to have a lot of lustful thoughts, and it's been well documented. Yeah, the best way to understand it is everything I said to you, you already know this. Okay. You're just trying to go to a clear state so intuitive thinking can open your eyes a bit, right? Which intuitive thinking is not thinking. Don't think it's thinking. It's completely different. So, would you say that most of your old black magic streams where you claimed everything is satanic were wrong? No, because I was talking about the elites a lot of the time, and I will never switch positions on that. The elites are practicing, right? The war in Gaza is 100% sacrifice rituals, right? And you got to really see which star is on top of Gaza, right? You got to see the influences. Everything that humans do it's influenced by the spirits. This is the spirits have trouble getting to someone who is calm, right? Like Ronaldo does the right thing. He's very calm. He gets into a strong mental position from his daily routine that serves him perfect, right? But eventually he's going to get old and stop playing football, and he'll switch to spirituality to find that calm because event he can't play football forever, right? So But yeah, they overlap. Yeah. Are the Jews the ones practicing? Listen, I don't want to be that guy, but most of the satanic elites are Jews. Okay, I've been saying this for 10 years, and that's just how it is. Okay. And if you ever wonder why that is because everything that I talk about, they mastered a long time ago. They can use it for good, they can use it for evil, and over time, they really, really influenced by. You got to remember that in receptive states, you could be approached by dark spirits, right? If you're not taking moral steps forward in your life, your aura could have holes in it. This is why everyone has trouble with what I teach because they don't want to be good people. People want to remain pieces of shit, and they're going to find out the hard way that, hey, if you want to be a piece of shit, if you want to be evil, okay, go practice what I preach. We'll see where that gets you. Right? Because now it'll come to you even quicker because you can be receptive for dark forces just as much as you can be receptive for angelic forces, right? I feel like people underestimate Jewish power, right? It's not just printing money out of thin air. It's influence. The fact that they can look in your eyes and just lie to you. I'm not talking about all Jews. I'm not talking about those ones that are against Palestine. Those are just regular rabbis, rebbes, whatever. I'm talking about Epstein, Weinstein. These people are being controlled by demons. They have holes in their aura, right? That's why they don't have perfect peace, but they have everything else, right? Something is off even with the regular Jew. I've noticed that most Jews do not have a problem with slop, like garbage on our feed. They think it's just making money. But I think everyone here listening to me, we all have a problem with seeing like constant tits everywhere. Like we have an issue with it. And the regular Jews, like 70% of Jews in America, they're atheists, right? They don't, which is mental illness. Because an atheist is really telling you that the computer is built by man, but the machine of man is not built by anyone, which is crazy. So that I feel like an atheist is the greatest liar on earth to himself, right? How do we develop childlike clairvoyance? Yeah, when anytime you hear the word clairvoyance, you're talking about the imagination that took a backseat in our linear thinking process. So we develop more destiny type brains. But when those two, you got to remember that if you're extremely clairvoyant, you can harm yourself too. Like Kanye, who is so creative, he can make music. He's not creating the music; he's pulling it from somewhere, right? But he's so clairvoyant that you know what I mean? It affects his life negatively because people don't understand him and stuff like that. So it's a balancing process of thinking and feeling, right? So you can implement will into the world, your will. Should be the higher will, really, which is the I am will. Are you in contact with Kanye? Yeah, he's the greatest person ever. Like his struggles totally I can't imagine anyone who relates to him more than me. Like his episodes and all that stuff. Yeah. And he's a good dude because he's going from the heart, you know? Like even when he's frustrated, he's going from the heart. So I think Jews are ugly and do whatever they can to make other people feel. Well, Sam, that's not actually all the way true because I can find you a lot of Jews that you probably found charming. You know, there's a lot of people in Hollywood that we like, right? It's not all of them. Actually, if you think it's all of them, you're mentally ill, right? There's a lot of people just living their lives normally that are happen to be Jewish. If you ever think it's a whole group of people, you're very mentally ill, right? You're pointing your finger, but three fingers are pointing back at you. But if you're saying the billionaire class that happens to be Jewish, that makes way more sense because it's hard to debate. And that's hard to debate because they admit it, right? That they're Jewish. There's a lot of white guys who are satanic too around them. Don't ever mistake that. There's a lot of Bill Gates. I don't think Bill is Jewish. Okay, Benjamin, I think we're done here. You said blacks lack soul development. Yeah, a lot of them do. Like, there's a reason why when a Chinese guy is poor, he's not out in the streets knifing someone, right? There's some development there that is severely stunted in the blacks, okay? Blacks are extremely violent. I don't know how else to word this, but why I repeat it is I don't want you guys around, 5 black guys, and I don't want you getting stabbed up just because you want to be a bleeding heart liberal, right? I'll say hang around 1 black guy, not 5. And a lot of blacks are afraid of other blacks. So you got to look at that. There's a lot of intelligent black people out there, but most of the time they're not around us. The violent ones seem to be always around us. So you got to watch out. Like, it's kind of like being around a Jew when you're trying to like sign a contract. It's not the best thing for you because they don't really refer to Christ. They refer to making money. That's how they're raised. So that contract could go very wrong for you. Like, would you guys sign a contract with Aiden Ross? Like, not even FaZe Clan guys. They said no to his face. Not even the FaZe Clan guys would sign with Aiden. They like start laughing when he offers to get the money for certain deals and blah blah blah. But they start laughing because they know that they're getting an extremely unfair deal. And yeah, I think if Aiden was a white kid who wasn't Jewish, I think he'd have problems, but he wouldn't be that greedy. You know what I mean? Like, how greedy you have to be for your own homies who had your back during your band to laugh in your face because you're trying to sign play Black Boy Max. They're like laughing in his face, as in it's that absurd to sign with Aiden. You know what I mean? It's like Aiden trying to give me 50,000 to get him another big viewer boxing match stream and Sneeko and everyone around me saying that's too little and him getting so frustrated and then calls my phone and keeps trying to contacts me through Kane and stuff like that. And I said, look, man, I don't care how much the money goes up to. This is stupid. Like, this is what are you going to increase it 5,000 every call? This is just bad business, bad energy, stupid. We can do it when you're off drugs, bro. Mm. And also he comes at this like resentment point of I Zerka took $50,000 from me last time instead of my buddy. I had to pay him in crypto. And why would you be mad at 50K when you got 200K viewers on a shitty website like Kick that's dying? You know what I mean? Like, shouldn't you be happy? Shouldn't you be happy it was only 50K? What are you mad about? Don't you have like $80 million or whatever? Aiden's a great example of the boy king in Game of Thrones, right? You know that boy king? Get his name? That's who Aiden is. That he has like these weird Joffrey, yeah, yeah. He has these weird obsession with telling people he has money who they're like chilling on his stream with him, right? And he has this weird obsession of telling them he has money, or he tried to say he bought the FaZe Clan and then he got like checked by banks. And he has this thing like people only like me if I can bring money. And it's like, no, bro, people like you because you're a funny little kid, But again, his heart has been scorched because he had the Pammy thing, but when he got with Demi and she replaced that desire to want to be with Pammy, and she snakes him, and he has all this money and he still got snaked. Who the fuck wouldn't stop trusting people. Like, what would you guys do? That's the worst thing that could happen live. And not because it happened live, because he actually liked the bitch, right? That's why he was getting through those awkward streams with her, because it's like worth it to him. If anything's worth it to him, like if anything is worth it to the man that is kind of embarrassing, it's worth it to him a lot. Like he wants it a lot. And you know what's crazy? Demi's a hoe. Like, don't get fooled by the smiles and the acting normal. This is like her. You know how we always say every chick is a hoe on Twitch and stuff like that? Not really. There's a few that have only hooked up with two dudes on Twitch or one, right? There's a couple like that. And Demi is one who is known for like a lot of dudes in her history. So that's like a big no-no for him to even entertain. Thank you, X. That was a big no-no for him to even entertain that, right? He should have entertained it privately, but that's what he did. He did entertain it privately. He fell for her, and then, I don't know. Anytime I look at Aiden, when I look at XUC, I don't see myself. When I look at Aiden, I literally see me. But if I grew up differently, like when I was into gay jokes and making just gaming and being with my homies, and when I look at my like younger self, literally Aiden, and I'm like, oh, that's who I'd be if I didn't get into drugs and all these criminal dudes around me at the club. And then I realized, oh shit, I would have still gotten into drugs because this little kid is into he's into drinking lean promethazine syrup. But he has no fucking gangsters around him. How the fuck did he get into that? It's not like he chills with the rappers. They just get on the stream and then they fuck off after they rip him off. And I'm like, whoa, even if my life went another way, I would have still somehow been penetrated by that influence of time wasting. If you ever want to know how much of a time waster lean is, or anything you do like that puts you in a zero anxiety state, so it's like addictive and all that, dude, look at he wasted a year of his life and influence trying to get back on his feet. In 1 year, he only had the Trump stream. In 1 year, Speed and Kai had 1,000 fucking streams that were great. That's the difference from drugs and Speed and Kai. Now, I know Kai snakes the dude. I understand that. I can see it in Kai's face that he wants to be number one. I can see that Speed's the confident one and Kai's the insecure one. I get it, right? I understand that Kai thinks being number one means I don't want Aiden's competition, and Speed's different, right? Speed doesn't give a fuck because he doesn't feel like there's competition. He is the highest state a streamer could have is Speed, right? But then ask yourself, how are Speed and Kai so much better at providing entertainment than Aiden, who just goes live with some dude trying to eat dog shit? Remember, he's getting people to eat dog shit and very low level, low soul thinking, bro. It's just evil. Like, hey, why don't you throw dog shit on your sister? And why don't you harm yourself? And why don't you? Do you remember when he got Action Man to drink bong water for $10,000 and he never paid Action Man? So Action Man started crying and telling me and Mike. And me and Mike were like, why would you ever do that for $10,000? And he's like, oh, I'm trying to be cool and stuff. And Action Man used to come up to me and say, bro, how come Aiden puts you on all the time, Zerka? Like, all you do is call him a fucking greedy Jew. And I'm like, because my literal state of who I am is magnetic, even though we don't like each other. We'll use each other for content like that. Whereas your state is this give me, I need help, I need this. But let me tell you this, man. If you ever want to see how much of a time waster drugs are, Zerka, did you regret, bro? If you want to see how much of a time waster drugs are, Speed and Kai had 10,000 streams in 2024 that were strong and high viewers. And Aiden had one. Are you fucking retarded to think that drugs are ever worth it? An hour on drugs turns into a year quit. And Aiden's in the worst position because women are going to throw themselves at him when he's not fit. Right? The worst position you can be in is when women throw themselves at you and you're not physically fit. meaning they don't actually like you. They're not attracted to you. Now you're going to start sensing that and getting very insecure. And you're not going to want to do the push ups because what's the point? They're DMing me anyway. But if you're biologically attractive, then you're bonding on a deeper level of DNA. And now you have genuine bond. But if you're bonding with like gut and beer and lean, all you're thinking to yourself is, I hate myself. There's no way she loves me. She's using me for money. And then you start arguments and blah, blah. You're blocking the blessing of attraction. You're supposed to be attractive with 75 million fucking dollars or whatever it is. Let's just say it's that. And so he's in the very Disney kid position that we all want to be in, but none of us get excited if I say, hey, Chad, you guys get to transform into Aiden today. All of you guys would be like, I don't know about that. Can I pick a different character? Can we go to Kai? Can we go to Speak? Can we go to a sober mind? Right? Kind of like if, hey, do you want to adopt someone's thinking? Zerka right now or Zerka last year? Zerka right now or Zerka 2 years ago? Zerka right now or Zerka 3 years ago? No, I like the Red Pill Zerka a lot, but I don't feel like he gives as good advice as this guy. But he's more fiery. He had more flame, and this one has more water. Right? This one has more air. This one has more thinking. You'd want my mindset right now. And that should be for everything. The newest mindset should be the best one, by the way. Which sounds like a sales pitch because it's really me saying to you, always come to my classroom, right? So it's also a sales pitch, but I'm speaking from the heart when I say if you ever want to be a version of the past of anyone, if you're inspired by an old Zerka from 2 years ago or whatever, he doesn't have as much for you as this guy right now because there's an equalizer called time, right? Passion is not going to beat time because time brings you more. Do you get it? More passions, more everything. So this is why I really want you guys to always be leveling up in the world. Because if you ever say, man, if I was myself from a year ago, and it sounds like electric and optimistic to say, you're in a hole, right? You should be shocked at the end of the year, every year, at how much you learned, meaning how much you remembered, right? It's a memory process. What is silent in the Father speaks in the Son, meaning whatever your dad wanted to do in the world, but he couldn't get it done, is flowing through you. You understand? You can remember your dad's want. You can fulfill it. And he'll be more happy than him getting it himself, right? Yeah, anytime we talk about Aiden, I gotta mix it up with family talk because I feel like there was a time. Do you remember the time when he's like, man, I just miss being around family? And he kept telling us, thank you, X. He kept saying he misses being around family. And his chat would say, why don't you go see them? You've been doing nothing but Omegle in your room for a year. I love shitting on Aiden because I feel like I'm shitting on my past self so much. Like bro, how old is he? Whatever age he's at, I know he's got a few more years till rock bottom. This is not it. Right? I think 27, 28. No, it's really 28. 28 people lock the fuck in. That's why most criminals, if they got released at 28 to 30 years old, they never repeat the crime. But if they get released at 22, they do the crime 10 times worse and they get locked up 10 times harder. A human just has to make it to 28 to be in a much different, totally different selves, different human body. He's 24. Yeah. 24 is the hardest. Like, this should be the hardest phase of his life. At least for me, 24 was like blurry, man. Like, as much as we want to talk about drugs and stuff like that, guys, some of the worst years of my life were just sober and nothing happened. No one wants to talk about that because we all want to blame an external substance or whatever. Right? But we only went to that substance because nothing was happening, right? It was an inner process that was just not there. That's why it's so good to be busy in the world, but not of it. So opportunity is always open to you. This is why some of the most successful people will have days where they even volunteer. Not to be a good person, but it opens opportunities, right? It's always a fresh look at seeing the world. You might not meet anyone, you might just be feeding the homeless, but it gives you a perspective that you go, that's the perspective I'm running with. That's the one, right? And that's also resurrection of self, right? When you die on that cross, your new self is born, your life completely changes. For a couple cycles, a couple moon cycles, could be a year, you always find yourself clinging onto that winner self, but not wanting him to evolve. So everything goes to shit. Because if you don't evolve, the times evolve and you get fucked up. So when you're a winner, remember, I posted a tweet about this, how it's like it's a rose that dies. You're when you become a rose of winning, it eventually gets old and dies. You have to become a newer rose. You have to keep growing towards the sunlight. Does that make sense, or is that too fortune cookie? I hope I'm not sounding like a crazy guy. Like, I hope it's making sense. I'm trying to sound like a PE teacher when I speak, just so it hits you like level and not in some mystical way. I don't. If I ever sound like, you know, a mystic, I'm not doing my job because I'm speaking to the real world, right? To be honest, the mythical stuff you say is the best. The mystical stuff, right? Yeah, I think that's the only way I can think in those terms, and then I try and translate it in English just so it touches you guys. Because if I could have it my way, I would just speak like that, and it would become very Confucius like. It would be kind of like, what the fuck is going on here? Yeah, and you should look into that. How you think is a lot different from how you talk. Right? There's 1 minute you speak different. 1 minute you speak with certainty. 1 minute you speak with fear. 1 minute there's many yous battling for that spot. So just remember, never rush. Never rush to say something, right? Understand it and then say it. Have you noticed how many guys who follow me who are into the stuff we're into? How many comments on every tweet of mine are like mystical comments that make you cringe? You ever like start rubbing your? I wish I was above cringe. I wish I really was above that. Have you ever rubbed your temples at the cringe people comment under my tweets? Like, are they thinking they're gonna get a bunch of followers doing that? There's no way they think that. They're saying it to. They want me to say, "Wow, that was awesome," right? I always have a girl, bro. I believe in being straight. If you don't have a chick, you're not straight. Okay? If you're making money and you don't have a chick, you are not straight. This makes no sense. Right? How the hell are you going to study yourself if you're just always alone? Yeah, you're going to get a lot of the inner work done, but when you have to actually test it in the real world, it's going to come through family, friends, and girlfriend every fucking time. The sun and moon is an analogy for awake and unconscious. So if you're ever thinking it's just like the sun and moon, you're kind of missing it. When the unconscious becomes conscious and they're married, that new state of self is completely changing the matrix where you live. And here's how far I'll go with it. When that happens, you'll be walking home the same way you always walk home, but it will all look different to you. And you're going to want to cling on to it. The grass is going to be cut different. The appearance is going to be cut different. Hex, you can go to sleep, bro. I don't need you to keep doing that. Everything is going to be different. Everything is going to be different from your walk home when you adopt your new state, when you resurrect. And you're going to try and go back to sleep, but you're going to remember my voice. Stay in that state. That state is light. That state is the great psychological drama taking place in the consciousness of you, nigga. Claim it as your own. Barren deserts of Egypt to the promised land of Canaan. All things were made by God. Without him, there is nothing that is made. Discover man's awareness. I am hath sent me unto you. The kingdom is within. Be still and know that I am God. I am the shepherd. I am the door. I am the resurrection and the life. I am the way. I am the Alpha and the Omega. I am the beginning and the end. And again, whom do you say that I am? Man is ever outpicturing that which he is conscious of being, or self imprisoned, or self freed, the philosophy of freedom. I and my Father are one. I and my Father are one, but my Father is greater than I. Father as an imagination, which is a limited way to describe it, which sounds infinite to all of us. Oh, the imagination's infinite. But it's the only language we have for this. The thing you are conscious of being is the Son bearing witness to his imagination, the Father. Before you are conscious of being man, you are first conscious of being as a child. Then you become conscious of I am. For the kingdom of God is within you, heaven is within you. He went on to his Father upward. You shall decree a thing, and it shall come to pass, being the thing desired. And I, if I be lifted up, I shall draw all men unto me. No man comes unto the Father. No man comes unto me save the Father. Within me draws him, and I and my Father are one. I, as in consciousness, is how you have to perceive the scripture you meditate on. You must be born again. If you are dissatisfied with your present expression in life, the only way to change it is to take your attention away from that which seems so real to you and rise in consciousness, resurrect to that which you desire to be. You cannot serve two masters. Therefore, take your attention from one state of consciousness and place it upon another. That is to die and to live again. You believe in God, believe also in me. All things come to you through my name. What is his name? What is it, Brady of the Protestant Reformation? Tell us how you meditate on scripture. Oh, wait, you don't. You don't even know scripture. Praying then is seen to be recognizing yourself to be that which you now desire, a wish. You don't pray for things, you enter the state, and the things follow you. So, can't you see why the millions of prayers are unanswered? Men pray to a God that they don't know. The kingdom is not within them. To be conscious of being poor and to pray to a God for riches is to be rewarded with that which you are conscious of being. You're conscious of poverty. Assume the nature of being wealthy and do your tasks. Do not just sit down. Work by the sweat of your brow. Opportunity will be bridged everywhere you go. When you pray, go in within secret and shut the door. Secret? That sounds like the occult. Oh no. When you pray, go within in secret and shut the door. And that which your Father sees in secret, with that will he reward you openly. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? If I'm reading scripture to you, please put some hearts in the chat so I know we're all on the same page. So I know there's one idiot here thinking, he's not reading, this is like off the dome. And no, we're reading. You just don't know your Bible. You don't give a fuck. That's why you just say, oh, Jesus saves, and you don't know anything. You're a fucking devil worshiper. You don't know anything, and you just come to us with like one little fucking copy pasta, and you think you did something. Yeah, little buns, we're talking about you. You're terrifying us with your Protestant Reformation of my chat. So if you heard most of my lecture today, everything's going to make sense. If you came late, nothing's really going to make sense, but it has to make sense. It's scripture. So just focus. I am now aware of being and claiming myself to be that which I desire to be, the awareness of being we're talking about. No manifestation knows the things desired will appear. We don't know how it happens. That's the great surprise. I am the way, not I, John Smith, am the way, but I am in the awareness of being the way. Do not be afraid. Things have no reality other than in consciousness. Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all things shall be added unto you. Ye shall decree a thing, and it shall come to pass. That sounds like the occult. That sounds like a genie. That sounds, John, what do you mean you can do whatever you want? You can do whatever you want. So long as it's in his name. Magnify the Lord. Therefore, to magnify the Lord is to revalue or expand one's present conception of oneself to the point where this reevaluation becomes natural to you. In the first chapter of John, my screen went black, hold on. In the first chapter of St. John, we get, in the beginning was the Word. Now, this very second is the beginning spoken of. All is already created. It is the beginning of an urge, a desire. The Word is the desire swimming around in your consciousness, seeking embodiment. So it's not just a historical text that is true, it's also a play on the above and how your mind works, the inner kingdom. I feel too powerful when I read scripture correctly. This must be evil. And the Word was with God. The word or desire must be fixed or united with consciousness to give it reality. We're seeing how we're magnetizing the creations we want in our lives. They're all out there. It's all done. That's why you have dominion over all the fucking animals. All of your animal desires. You rule them. They don't rule you anymore. Who shall agree as touching anything, and it shall be established on earth? Who are these two? Maybe it's like a married couple, right? What? The subjective and God, the objective within the kingdom. We're talking about how things come to pass in this world. This agreement is never made between two persons. It is between the awareness and the thing desired. You are now conscious of being, so you are actually saying to yourself without using words, I am. Now, if it is a state of health that you are desirous of attaining, before you have any evidence of health in your world, you begin to feel yourself being healthy. And the very second the feeling I am healthy is realized, the two have agreed that is, I am. I am hath sent me. I am the way, besides me there is no other. Ronaldo visions the ball going in the net before it happens. I am that I am. Now, here is something to always bear in mind. You cannot put new wine in old bottles or new patches upon old garments. That is, you cannot take in with you the new consciousness with your old beliefs. You understand? One in the chat? Declare yourself to be and continue to do so until you are lost in the feeling. When this expansion of consciousness is attained, formless and deep of yourself, give form to the new conception by feeling yourself to be that which you desire to be. Within this formless deep of yourself, give form to the new conception by feeling yourself to be that which you desire to be, things you already know but forgot. You will find within this deep of yourself all things to be divinely possible. All the inhabitants of the earth are as nothing, and he doeth according to his will in the armies of heaven and among all the inhabitants of earth. So, awake to the power that you are, not as man, but as your true I am. You get what you want, so you might be imprisoned by that. Be careful with that. The Lord is my shepherd. I am is an open door for all that is I am to enter. This being true, why not become aware of being great? God loving, wealthy, and healthy, like Zerka, and all attributes that you admire. Your world is what it is because of your present consciousness or pictorial consciousness. Simple is it not? Too simple, in fact, for the wisdom of man that tries to complicate everything, which is a Luciferic or harmonic satanic thinking. We're trying to get away from that and stick to intuitive thinking like a real human being. Okay? I and my Father are one, but my Father is greater than I. I am the Lord. If ye believe that I am, he shall die in your sins. Behold, I stand on the door and knock. If any man hears my voice and open the door, I will come into him and sup with him, and he with me. The I am knocking at the door is your urge. I am. The presence that men call God dwells within. I don't like this, John, even though it's scripturally accurate, said the clown. Man knows, for I, or the newly attained consciousness, I, has ways that ye not know of. So don't worry and stay faithful to your prayer. Mm-mm-mm. But John, quiet. Mm-mm-mm. Let's see what else for today. Before we wrap it up, I gotta go to Brisket Smokehouse. I just want to quickly mention to you guys that as much as you listen to these spaces, you already know what I'm about to say. You understand? You should feel extremely calm and confident knowing this is in us. This is not something that I listened to a Twitter space and yada da da da. I joined Zerka's website and this is within, dude. And if you notice how many successful people on earth have written books stealing all of scripture and never crediting it, God still rewards them. But I find it so nasty how the New Age steals from scripture. The self help business books steal from scripture of imprinting the subconscious and how to think and grow rich. And it's lunacy to steal from the greatest book ever made. Like it's I don't understand how you can steal someone's I don't understand how you can steal from God. You know what I mean? I just don't understand that. Like those people who comment, John, you're evil on my Twitter. It's like, I'm not here to debate you guys, okay? Because my followers are successful people. I am a successful, high value, top 0.001% male. You're not going to convince me to come to your side or try and move me. Let's get poetic. Maybe you can inspire me, but listen, man, if you're not without scripture, you're not going to inspire me of all people, okay? So you better know what you're talking about if you want to debate me. But I don't debate. I'll never debate again because that's a trap. Debating with people who have less than me and they hate their lives. It's not just that they have materially less than me, they suck at life, the game of life. It is interesting how everyone knows how to live life when they're winning and then they panic when they're losing. It's like, why don't you go back to your winning state? Oh, because losing is fentanyl and you're addicted. Oh, that's why. Let's look at Daniel in the lion's den. His back upon the lions and looked to he turned his back upon the lions and looked towards the light coming from above. That the lions remained powerless and Daniel's faith in God saved him. You see how he used his awareness? You see how you're supposed to approach difficulty in life? You shut the door of senses. When you have taken your attention away completely by shutting out the evidence of the senses, begin to feel the joy. Recognition is the power that conjures in the world. We give power to things we have no interest in. It's all at your command. Imagination, the real and eternal world of which this vegetable universe is but a faint shadow. What is the life of man but art and science, said William Blake, Jerusalem. Imagination is more important than knowledge, Albert Einstein. Okay, it's a little Jewish. I rest not from my great task to open the eternal worlds, to open the immortal eyes of man inwards into the worlds of thought, into eternity, ever expanding in the bosom of God, the human imagination, Blake. Because that's the only way we can talk about it is by using the word imagination, but the Lord is so much more. However, in our limited understanding, this is how we talk about it. You get it? The picturing power or act of the mind, the constructive or creative principle. When it's really not the constructive or creative, it's more like you're tuning the radio to what you want, right? Hopefully, you're getting what you want with the desire being fulfilled, meaning you don't really want it. But you're rejoicing when you get it. Just like with women, when you don't want them, they want you. The world of reflection. Or start a cam mauling site like Andrew Tate and get rich. Doesn't come with too much peace of mind. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made. John 1:3. There's only one thing in the world, imagination. This is how we speak of the world and all our deformations of it, right? This is why it's such a negative word sometimes, because we corrupt the garden. Imagination is the very gateway of reality, said Blake. Worlds of thought, said Plato. The Lord from heaven, born of man, but not begotten of man. The God of experience, give you all, the all without end in the palm of your hands. Issue forth the water of psychological meaning to quench the thirst of humanity. We must go on imagining better than the best we know. Every thought should become an ideal. Rudolf Steiner. Which is a Christian mystic. He could have easily went the Jewish route and he said no. He could have gone the Eastern route with the Theosophists and he said no. Very based. Am I capable of sustaining the feeling of my wish fulfilled? Believe that ye receive, and ye shall receive. Mark 11:24. Very based. Man becomes what he imagines. The imagination is the way, the truth, the life revealed. The I am Christ force, your hands moved by him. So is God only the imagination, John? No. That's our limited understanding. That's a tiny, tiny way to explain it. But to us, the imagination seems infinite. So it's good for the basics of how to walk in the world. Because if you're not walking with scripture, what are you walking with? With Kai and Speed? Those guys got everything, and really, they don't move me. Every man must become conscious of his inner activity and see the relationship between the inner casual world of imagination and the sensuous outer world of effects. Now we're getting Jungian in this. I tie it all up, don't worry. The real man is the magnificent imagination where you see it first. That is the real you. If you're trying to transform your life, it's already transformed. Trying implies that it's external, it's somewhere else. You did not choose me, I have chosen you. You want to be punished in this world, or do you want to be forgiven? It's your choice. You get both. You get many lives to figure it out. The first power that meets us at the threshold of the soul's domain is the power of imagination, Dr. Franz Hartmann. I didn't think we're doing this today, but I got a little more time for you guys. That's about 4 hours. Good call. Good. I think you guys got your money's worth today, huh? I think we gotta Hex, make it triple the price in 7 days, okay? That way when I drop this, people know to hustle and give me all of their shekels. My favorite character in my favorite movie that totally explained the world to me in a interesting Hollywood lens. You mustn't be afraid to dream bigger, he said. Who is he? And which movie am I talking about? I think after that movie, we had like garbage from Hollywood for the longest time. What do you mean The Matrix? What Lightning McQueen? Eyes Wide Shut. These are the three worst answers you could have picked, and they're all wrong in different genres. You mustn't be afraid to dream bigger. Shoots the missile. Nah, you Googled it. Yes, it's Inception, but who said it? The guy that plays my character. A changeling, a shapeshifter. Inception and Star Wars is like the two greatest things for me, but it was Inception. You're right because you Googled it. In the fall of 1933 in New York City, I approached Abdullah, a Christian mystic, who explained to me how to interpret scripture to better your life. What do you want? I told him that I would like to spend the winter in Barbados, but that I was broke. I didn't listen to Fresh Prince CEO. I literally did not have a nickel. If you imagine yourself to be in Barbados, thinking and viewing from the world of that state of consciousness, instead of thinking of Barbados, you are seeing Barbados. Then you will spend the winter there. Man lives by committing himself to invisible states. You don't believe me? Look at all that time you wasted with certain women and which states you were in. You must imagine yourself into the state of your fulfilled desire, Abdullah told me, and fall asleep viewing the world from Barbados. Very relatable that he ran into this kook. Is kook a racist word, or am I thinking of something else? Kook isn't crazy. Not what's the racist word that ends OK? Gook. That's Vietnamese, right? Gook, right? I never understood coon. I know it's for black people, but what does it come from? Zipperhead was a funny one, yeah. Raccoon, really? Wouldn't it be more evil to say baboon? A raccoon? That's where it comes from? Oh, like raccoons are thieves. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. You goddamn coon. We must use our imagination masterfully, not as an onlooker thinking of the end, but as a partaker thinking from the end. It's been 7 years of me saying this to you guys in different ways, different garments. It's not hitting you. Not 7 years. It's been like less, much less. I've been saying it to someone though. All prophets claim that the voice of God is chiefly heard by man's dreams. Whoa. But John, I want to debate you. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon man, in slumberings upon the bed, then he openeth the ears of men and sealeth their instruction. Job 33:1516. Now check this out. How are you going to bed and what are you watering? The imaginative image is the only thing we seek. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have not told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself. What is his name? That where I am, there ye may be also. John 1:4-3. I fuse my imagination with my state. Fusion. Ha! By the intensity of my imagination and feeling, thinking from the end, from the feeling of my wish, determined imagination, thinking from the end is the beginning of all miracles. 3 hours, 31 minutes. It's 3:43 p.m. April 8th, money 2025. I'm glad I paid for this course. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you paid too, but we're tripling the price. And my book is coming out soon, by the way. That which is manifest, excuse me. That which is manifested. That which has been or shall be is unmanifested but not dead, for the soul, the eternal activity that God gave us animates all things. A girl sent me a friend request and she's very attractive. I don't like to say that out loud. It's a dude with a woman profile picture. Don't do that. We'll ban you from the server. Okay. I thought I was changing states into a different position here. Okay. The spanning of the bridge between desire and thinking. Thinking from is all important. Thinking from the end. But imagination having such limitation, can desires exist to be gratified in the activity of imagination? There is no stopping the man who can think from the end, all winners. He creates the means and grows his way out of limitation into ever greater and greater mansions of the Lord. That means God is giving us every second of our lives everything that we want. Yes. And some things take longer, but they've already been accepted. He puts his whole trust in the feeling of the wish fulfilled and lives by committing himself to that state, moving the waters of imagination. When you think of waters, you hear anything like that, we're talking about feeling mystically, correct? Son, thou art ever with me, and all that I have is thine. What? The crown of creation? But Twitter Christians told me, forget those losers. Luke 1:5-3, if you're looking for it, it's there. Everything that exists is double. Man is a dual creature with contrary principles embedded in his nature. Very interesting. And the children struggled within her, and the Lord said unto her, two nations are in thy womb, and two manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels, and the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. Genesis 25, 22, 23. Who are we talking about here? It's psychological, psycho-spiritual text. Oh my God. Now go back to your regular content, okay? This is tripling in price. I imagine the state of me charging you guys more, and I live from that state and do everything in my power in the physical world to make it so. Everyone who does not donate $1,000 right now is getting booted off the server. You guys got 10 seconds. Okay, jokes aside, change your life from the state already fulfilled. The natural man received not the things of the Spirit, not the things of the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness unto him. Neither can he know them, because they are spiritually discerned. Corinthians 2:1-4. The inner body expresses a more fundamental part of reality. That's crazy. I believe it when my coach tells me, but not right now. There are two kinds of movement: inner body movement and outer body movement, casual and compulsion. The inner movement determines the outer. The above is like the below. That sounds evil. Guess where it comes from, little boy? Scripture. Nothing new under the sun. You're just low in intelligence. Outer movement is subject to the compulsion applied to it by the movement of the inner body, or what I call the inner world of pictures. You have control. Whenever the actions of the inner body match the actions which the outer body must take to appease a desire, that desire will be realized. Construct mentally a drama which implies that your desire is realized, and make it one which involves movement of self, real world activity. Act precisely as though you were going to take a nap. You can even do this awake. But if you're about to take a nap and you start the predetermined action in imagination, a vivid representation of the action is the beginning of that action. Then, as you are falling asleep, conscientiously imagine yourself into the scene. The length of the sleep is not important. A short nap is sufficient, but carrying the action into sleep thickens fancy into fact. The esoteric nap that you take, but you mess up. Why do humans take naps? Because they're trying to meditate and don't know how. The inner journey must never be without direction. You're in control. You go for the prize you have already seen and accepted. You already know this. You chose to forget your responsibility to yourself. Which, what does that mean? In the image of. Fancy and imagination are not two powers at all, but one. The imaginative energy assimilates and transmutes. Fancy assembles, imagination fuses. I will sit here and imagine that I am being driven to my office. Oh, really? Your Uber is here. I totally forgot that I used to make that joke. I just realized right now this is not the time and place. Oh boy. I didn't even know that was compulsion. It's not here. It's not in my notes. We must take pleasure in our actions. We must take moral steps forward. He who practices these exercises of bilocation will develop unusual powers of concentration. Me, in the last couple years, I cannot tell you what I've seen, but I can only tell you I am better than you. We must focus on inner action. Inner action. Write it down. Whenever the sole of your foot shall tread, wherever the sole of your foot shall tread, the same give I unto you. Joshua 1:3. The Lord thy God in the midst of thee is mighty. The second man is the Lord from heaven. 1 Corinthians 1:5-7. Even though it happened in history, you must be reading it in the now. The kingdom is within. Repeat it to yourself. When you hear the kingdom is within, what you're really hearing is let go of your suffering. It's I'm late for brisket right now. I can't wait to absorb just blood and meat. It's like it's hard to enjoy a meal that's all protein unless it's completely stacked. Like if you give me a meal with just protein, I'm like kind of still hungry. But if you stack that plate with so much protein that it's like 5,000 calories, I absorb it into a new state. I cannot explain to you an esoteric diet. A real esoteric diet is actually vegetarian. Just saying. But a lot of us have not developed our gut line to do that right now. That's the truth. We're supposed to be eating meat for our development. Yeah. Forgive and you shall be forgiven. Luke 6:3-7. Forgive her, bro. Just forgive that girl already. I stay in contact with all of them. I love everyone. I just have love for people on earth because I love myself. And God allows me to love. A man's foes are those of his own household. Matthew 10:36. A man's foes are those of his own household. He's talking about a brick house, though, said Brady the Protestant on Twitter. Just shut the fuck up, Brady. I always feel dirty when I say a swear word and I'm reading scriptures, so I apologize for that. But I don't like Brady. Okay, I don't hate him. I'm angry, but I don't change my state of who I am, which is interesting. The Bible even says you can get angry, right? And injustice happens or whatever, but do not fall out of character. Do not shift your good state. That's brilliant. The radical changes in the fortunes of the prodigal son were all produced by a change of heart. Based? The battle man fights is fought out of his own imagination. We fight not with flesh and blood. All things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, even so do ye to them. Matthew 7:12. Very based. Why did he leave? Why did he leave Christianity? This kid, what's his name? Not Elijah Schaefer, the black guy. Elijah never left the. I forget the name. Dawn, young Dawn. In heaven, remember, heaven is talking about the above. In heaven, the only art of living is forgetting and forgiving. especially to the female, said Blake. Don't want you guys to be red pill raging all the time. Just be Zerka. He laughs with the hoes. He giggles with the hoes. You want to be that dude, okay? You get too angry. You could be angry at hoes your whole life, guys. Your face will get uglier and you will age rapidly. That's what anger is going to do to you. So I don't think she's worth it, bro. We are led to believe a lie when we see with, excuse me, we are led to believe a lie when we see with, not through the eye, said Blake. And he was a mystic who figured, a poet and a mystic who figured it all out. And when you figure all of this out, you guys could be 45 years old when it's happening to you. A lot of people, when their hair is all white and they're purifying their nature and they're 65 and old, a lot of people still angry at that time, right? But when you're figuring all this out, there's still infinite wonder to the world. But the parts you figure out, oh, that's beautiful, man. Oh, that word beauty is not used correct anymore. Like we use it for the worst things in the world. One in the chat if beauty is everything we're all feeling right now. One in the chat if everything you heard in this lesson, you were like, oh, wow, Zerka could have made this a 10-part series and got paid 10 different ways from it, but he doesn't care. He's not like a business guy. He actually wants me to live correct in the world because I am a reflection in his world. Whoa. We're all puddles, man. We've all got puddles and we can get dirty. And you know, Steiner said the most amazing thing. He said a lot of people don't actually learn their lessons, and a lot of people don't take on that much suffering because there's humans and forerunners that go ahead and take on that suffering for them. These people are higher on the development. Now, when I think of my younger self, if he was in a call like this, I'm speaking to that dude. I don't care about you guys, you know what I mean? Because let me tell you this, man. I've been through a lot. Yeah, and I don't mean that like me as a human. I mean that like specifically me, just speaking as a narcissist right now. I've been through more than most humans can handle. And I'm sure they're going to get their turn. But it's not all the way fair. It's like, it kind of signals to me that I've lived a rotten life for most of it because I just felt too much of the backlash. Would I change it? Not really, because at the end of the day, all that matters is lore. You know what I mean? Lore is like everything to man, right? That's why we get sick if we can't tell our stories. If we can't tell our story to the world, we get very sick. That's a Jungian lesson right there. The one who discovers the secret of revision cannot do otherwise than let himself be guided by love. This is talking about revise everything, even your past. How should it have gone? You know, you can accept it, but you can revise. How should that argument with your family members go? However, it should go, revise it in your head, do the right thing in your imagination, and then dab them up. And you don't have to explain it to them. You're going to want to, but you don't have to because they're going to feel it. This is why we yap online all day and nobody feels us. We're not supposed to be yapping that much. Or else I'd still be a streamer, but I'll come back when I'm done being. You know what I mean? I'm not done with this feeling. This is great. To know the truth, you must live the truth. And to live the truth, your interactions must match the actions of your fulfilled desire. Live in the wish fulfilled. Not in delusion. Be doing things. Right? I'll always say this. If you're just dreaming in your bedroom without any work to your day, I think that's going to happen for you at such a slow pace that you'll probably be discouraged, right? You'll be too discouraged to even see it all the way through. You get what I said? See it all the way through. Do you get it? So I'm not saying you cannot do it from your bed. I've done it for a year, made a shit ton of money, right? But I'm just saying, when the feet are mobilized, things water a lot quicker. We must sweat by the brow. This book is telling you how to live life. Scripture is living text. That's why we perceive it as consciousness to understand how to move in the world. It's not just reading something logical in the Quran and please, man, the Quran. It's got many. It's all religions have fragments of the truth, but come on, let's get to the brass tacks. You know what's interesting? The group of people on Earth who understand how to move in the world the best, right? They let go of a sense of being, or they take it on for success, and then the people who know how to move in the world mystically the best have become the most evil people. Like, right? The Jewish tribe. All of this is like Jewish Hebrewic texts. They got. I mean, the impulse kept coming back in different ways, but they mastered it, and the rotten ones got very rotten. But you see that their way of world building is the quickest. So, I like that Steiner points to everyone to, take moral steps forward. But let's be real. You could take over the world understanding this stuff. You could actually be an emperor. That's the scary part of it all. It's like it's all up to you. You have the free will to do whatever you want to do. But just remember, if it's not moral, it's not free because you're always going to be bothered by your conscience. So that yacht is not so fun when you're biting your nails and thinking too much. Or another way to look at it is look how much suffering there is in the world. If you really want to spend 80 years on earth without picking some people up and dusting them off, how did that feel when they walked right by you? You know? Yeah, not so good. Does a firm persuasion that a thing is so make it so? And the prophet replied, all poets believe that it does. What? They penetrate the mysteries of nature? And in ages of imagination, this firm persuasion removed mountains. I think it's supposed to be moved mountains. Maybe I'm wrong. But many are not capable of a firm persuasion of anything, Blake said. Marriage of Heaven and Hell. I've always studied poets since high school because I was always like, how come they can say things that change my state and picture consciousness to an immense degree with just a few different letters and words here? Like, how can they do that? Have you ever read strong poetry as a young man and you're like moved by, oh, whoa, I've never thought of, um, I've never thought of doing the right thing as a meadow. But every time I've done the right thing, I was in a meadow. You know what I mean? It's because they're penetrating through clairvoyant investigation, they're penetrating the mysteries of nature. The, the best poets were not just writers. It's sad that people think some of the greatest poets in history are less capable than Elon Musk. Like, what? Are you high? I thought the most interesting thing is Steiner's take on Homer and how the consciousness, excuse me, the conscience, not consciousness, but the conscience of man was not developed at that time. We're in a fallen state. We're slowly developing it. We're building back our I am presence and all that. I thought that was super interesting that like you can look through moments in history and you see a differently developed brain. Like, have you ever wondered, did Zerka waste his whole life just studying mythology, myth, and religions, all of them? And it's like, dude, Jung and Zerka were obsessed with this for most of their lives, right? But it's studying the psyche of man developing. Like when they're talking, All mythopoetic language is real. It's talking about psychic forces that sometimes were called gods, sometimes angels, sometimes whatever, but it's showing the development of consciousness. But we can only write it in symbolic ways, in dreamlike ways. So if you study every religion, every mythology on earth, you can actually see the mind developing, linear thinking take over. Oh, that's why they went to war in group soul states. They had a group consciousness. And then around the medieval ages, as soon as the iron presence became more powerful, we saw the Enlightenment after people became more individualistic, right? They didn't individuate with tribe, they individuated through self. But Zerko, does that mean that everything I've looked at my whole life actually benefited me? Yes. That's exactly what it means. Like when Andrew Tate tells you, oh, reading books is stupid and or anything satanic like that, right? Just money, money, and tits and money and money. Dude, you can study the consciousness of man evolving throughout history by looking at these shamanistic tribes and what they believed in or where their mind was at that time. And if you're ever afraid to study shamanism, look at Ezekiel's vision. That's a shamanistic vision. This all religions and all mythologies have tremendous overlap. And people get angry when I say this, but the largest part of all spirituality, that's all of this is connected, the largest part of it is Christ. So people get angry that they're like, that's a Western lens. No, Christ was called many different things in many different cultures, and the impulse had come to humans, but as soon as the blood touched the soil, that was the biggest one for human development, right? That's still affecting us today. So make no mistake about that. Now, I know I follow a lot of Christians that tell you the opposite. They say Christianity is the only real religion, everything else is satanic. Those people are going to burn in hell. I'm telling you that much, right? Their lives suck too. Okay. All religions and all these myths have truth in them in fragments. However, it's the crescendo is the Bible. Make no mistake about that. Okay. But that means that everyone's lying to me. Yeah, they are. They are, bro. Look how many people make it into the kingdom of heaven. Right? Look how many people master the self. Very few. It's kind of like these people who think, well, I want Zerka's mind right now. It's like, okay, let's say we could do that. You don't want to develop your own anymore. Do you know how much you'd panic if I gave you my mind right now? You know how much you'd panic that your whole life was a waste? You want to develop yours. Just like I want to become a 55-year-old Zerka that's higher level. Be like an everlasting spring, your curiosity, right? If you ever find yourself too deep in that, go for some brisket, have a workout, and then come back to it. You're going to balance out your whole nature. When you start realizing, am I in the thinking part of my day? Am I in the feeling part of my day? Or am I in the willing part of my day? Where am I at right now? These three things need to happen. You're going to start really loving yourself. You're going to be like, whoa, everyone is their own temple, right? A lot of Christians are going to come try and kill you for saying this, right? The most offensive thing to a Christian is to tell them mystical Christianity is the truth and everything else is a shadow of that. Because they're going to be like, but my church, but my this, but my Zerka, you sound like a reformationist. And it's like, no, no, I don't. Not at all, because it says the kingdom is within you. So you hate scripture. That's why you're trying to point everyone to your Jehovah's Witness church. You're trying to get everyone cramped up in there. Now, I still don't think it's in the world's best benefit that I am out here trying to explain things. I really would want someone much higher level, and there are those people on earth. But I'm worried that they don't get the message across without the Dragon Ball analogies and stuff like that. I feel like for my for this age range, I feel like I do a good job. You know what I mean? Although it's a huge responsibility. Let's be real. Like I can't believe how much I study just to bring better stuff to the world. Like that's like the most mature thing about me. Everything else is very immature, and I like that balance actually. Hopefully I walk like that forever. There are two gifts which God has bestowed upon man alone. These two are mind and speech. Hmm. Body, mind, and speech will be his guides. This is Walter Scott's Hermetica. The circumstances and conditions are outpictured, inner talking, solidified sound. Vibes, bro, just vibrations, right? Inner speech calls events into existence. In every event is the creative sound that is its life and being. All that a man believes and consents to as true reveals itself in his inner speech, in his word, in his life. Now, check this out. If you ever don't know what you want, but you want a lot of things and you're burning up, I recommend you meditate. When you're at zero and you have when you clear the mind's eye, you will have genuine prayer. Make no mistake about that. Now, is that the strongest form of prayer? I'll always maintain, even though everything I've read says I'm wrong, I think I'm right, and I'm going to go against the grain. I will always maintain that it is not the strongest form of prayer. As constructive and great as it is, and it's the only way to live, the most powerful form of prayer will always be at rock bottom. At it, I don't care how jumbled up your mind is. I don't care if you don't know anything about scripture. I don't care if you don't know how to meditate. If you haven't learned, contemplated the self. You haven't done any kind of inner work. At rock bottom will always be the most powerful prayer. I just hate how long it takes to get there. You know, I know I'm not supposed to dwell, but almost feels like a regret of mine, right? Most of your prayers are answered, but you don't receive the friend request because you blocked God, right? That's the truth. Receive with meekness the inborn word, which is able to save your souls. James 1, 2, 1. Is it starting to make sense to you now? To change your life, you must change your inner world of pictures. For life, said Hermes, is the union of word and mind when imagination matches your inner speech to fulfill desire. Notice how I look at Western Hermetic traditions and notice how I only look for the overlap with scripture when they're saying the same thing from different cultures, different places. It's usually correct. But how can you tell? Because it matches scripture. I'm not crazy. I'm not ever running from scripture. I just want more proof because I don't want to be those dogmatic thinkers, right? I never want to become like that again. Every stage of man's progress is made by the conscious exercise of his imagination. But you agree, then what the heck are you mad about? The habitual occupancy that is the secret of success. It is possible to resolve every situation by the proper use of imagination. You are made in the image of God. Use it correct. The fire of imagination, the mystery of the still small voice. Man is totally unaware of his inner talking. Sometimes it's very negative. Man must conscientiously direct his inner speech, matching the still small voice to his fulfilled desires. If he does not know where to go, refer to scripture to being a good person so you know what to do. He calls things not seen as though they were. Romans 4:17. Right inner speech is essential. It is the greatest of the arts. Why is it called an art? Because you can do it many different ways through the same tool, right? It's an art and a science, actually. The science is knowing yourself, and the art is the doing. If two of you shall agree on earth as touching anything that they shall ask, it shall be done for them of my Father which is in heaven. Matthew 18:9. Please ask yourself if you understand the scripture now. Yes or no? Thought is the coin of heaven. Money is its earthly symbol. That's why I get paid so much for my thoughts. Unlimited power. No, this Darth Sidious don't. Assume the feeling of being what we want to be. Oh, this is like Jordan Peterson. Just walk up with your spine up straight. Just you gotta pick up the sword and just fight the dragon, man. But first, you gotta clean your room and walk up straight. It's very good advice, actually. You know, Jordan Peterson was my favorite dude online. Like, I don't think I talk about that enough. Just because I went to war with him and he blocked me on Twitter, I don't ever give him the respect. Like, I liked, before Jordan Peterson was a Zionist, I liked him more than Nick. I liked him more than everyone. Even the edgelords that I love, I liked him the most, right? Like, when Jordan Peterson used to sit down with Ben Shapiro and stuff, I would see him as a different species. Like, you got to understand when spirituality and psychological psychiatrist point of view mesh, that's my everything content, right? That's everything I want to see. You know, it's too bad that he is pro bombing children to death. What? I had to go to war with that, but that was tough for me. I'm not gonna lie. Like, Jordan had it all, right? He had the sharp looks, right? He didn't look like he had that prey eyes. Like, he looked like a carnivore. He ate a carnivore diet, or he eats that, right? He has a kid. He has a good life, good relationship with his dad. He tripped on shrooms. He done all the crazy stuff too. He got fired from his job. He got canceled. Jordan Peterson was my guy. I never gave him the flowers he deserved, but man, he was my guy. Like, you know how Trump is my guy? Trump's always going to be my guy, right? Dog year, all that. We're a lot alike. But really, Jordan Peterson was the guy. Like, for self reflection, he was the guy. And you know what's funny? Jordan Peterson's psychological advice is so much better than any person I follow on Twitter. Like, if you go to the good stuff of Jordan Peterson, it's mind blowing how good he is at certain topics where he never really talks about them that much anymore. Like, he's doing some kind of Israel tours and all this weird nonsense, man. Like, a lot of weird stuff. It is sad what happened to Peterson. Like, he tweeted, "Give them hell" to Netanyahu on October 7th, right? Do you guys remember that? And it's like, bro, that conflict's been going on for a long time. So when you say give them hell, what you're really saying is bomb children because it didn't start on October 7th. So we know what you're trying to. It's the darkest thing I've ever seen. Like Peterson, who studied even Eastern philosophy, or Jung, who takes on a lot of that, you'd think that Peterson would do everything in his power to be anti-war because nobody wants to be seen in history and their legacy as pro-war. Nobody. There's even like horrible Republicans that were anti-Iraq war still because they didn't want that in their legacy for political history, right? I thought he would have that much sense, but that means he's so evil that it overrides his common sense. That, Peterson was anti-war for his whole career on every single topic. He didn't say be weak or be passive, but he was very anti-war. As soon as it became about Israel, he turned into a monster in front of our eyes Well, I would never say he was, you know. There's a lot of people who like, I think Nick and these guys love to say he was always a monster. I just don't see that. I see people as changing their states all the time. You know what I mean? I think that I guess it was an unmasked moment. He got unmasked there, but yeah, he really let me down there because Peterson was like the modern day, I don't want to use the word prophet, but he was like the modern day common sense guy. And he lived up to it by getting fired. That was the coolest part of him. It's like, oh, he's not backing down. Then he totally cucked out with the Kavanaugh thing. That was like the first thing that really irked me. I was like, what? He drew a devil's triangle on a yearbook years ago, and now he's like being what did Kavanaugh get like a he got me too'd randomly? Like what the heck was that about? My word shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereto I sent it. Isaiah 55:11. It's starting to make sense now, right? We'll go back to Hermes. The word is son and mind is father. How we have to interpret it. Doesn't mean history is incorrect, right? Doesn't mean it's just fables, like a lot of people like to say. A lot of people I study like to say that, and they're just wrong. Right? I can debunk them, right? And I'm not doing that out of my like big heart, like, oh, the Christ forces. No, I'm not. I'm just saying, being logical, I can easily debunk them, right? For life is the union of word and mind. Interesting hermetic text here. He willed us forth from himself by the word of truth. James 1:1-8. Let us be imitators of God as dear children. But John, that sounds satanic. Ephesians 5:1. You don't know scripture. You've been watching too many Twitter people. His word was my tongue. Samuel 23:2. Are you getting it? The mouth of God is the mind of man. Not literally, but this is how we talk about it. Do you understand? And you got to remember that mind and spirit are a little different, a lot different. When they say all is mind, this is like basic stuff. When you go into the deeper rabbit hole, there's other, well, you could say all is mind because there's the unconscious spirits, right? That affect us, the unconscious part of the mind, right? But if you tell someone all is mind, they're usually thinking of the conscious mind or in a wakeful state, which is kind of wrong, very wrong, right? I have set before you this day life and good, death and evil, blessings and curses. Choose life. Deuteronomy 30:4 and 15:19. Choose life. Choose the state that brings the most life into your world. Make your inner speech bless, or it mirrors in your imagination. It's not your imagination, it's the imagination if we look at it through a sealed text, like a hermetic text lens. The art of matching inner words to fulfill desire, inner speech mirrors imagination. We must have a Christ like imagination, right? When we hold on to it. But it pours from within. Sooner murder an infant in its cradle than nurse unacted desires. But I know from experience the tongue setteth on fire the course of nature. James 3:6. Very interesting. Do you understand that this poetic language is actually it's in scripture too? If you sin with your eyes, you are sinning. You get it? Imagine sinning with the word now. We must be perfect, and perfect is all that we can do, right? We can never be perfect, but we can always make every thought we have an ideal, right? The higher form. Strive for this perfection. You're still going to fall short. Rivers, mountains, cities, villages, all are human. And when you enter into their bosoms, you walk in heavens and earth. As in your own bosom you bear your heaven and earth, and all you behold, though it appears without, it is within, in your imagination, of which this world of mortality is but a shadow. Blake's Jerusalem. Very base, and he was a seer. He was a seer. Make no mistake about that. The real man, the imaginative man. We'll end it here because I'm actually late. Or brisket. Brisket. I want you guys to know one thing. You already know.